Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Dean? Mr. Fitzgerald? Ms. Casabon? Mr. Davis? Ms. Tanner? Mr. Toledano? Mr. Lorino?
Here.
Mr. Canulet? Mr. Mike Smith? Ms. O'Brien? Mr. Stefansic? Mr. Bender? Mr. Airy? And Mr. T.J. Smith. We have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, Mr. Toledano.
Might I exercise a point of personal privilege for one moment? I just want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the great men, for the most part, although we probably have some ladies that work in that department too, in our maintenance department. Last month, I had urged our administration to make some changes in this room because this seemed to be long-term. And I felt sorry for my brethren down on the front row that they were passing microphones and having to move about. I came in one day when these guys were doing this, and it seemed like a simple idea to me to ask them to please make some changes for half of our council. But I watched them that day. You could not imagine the logistics of how they had to fish wires from all over this room to make this work for the people in the front of us. So I just want to commend them for their effort, thank them for their effort. And I also noticed, and I did not ask for this, but they have also installed a dunking booth right there at the podium. And that was a nice touch. And to allow Mr. Lorino, if you exceed your time, he pushes the button and you're gone. But in all seriousness, they did a great job, and I think they're to be commended. And I'd like us, on behalf of all of us, to thank them for that effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Toledano, and I know the council feels the same. Thank you, Rick. I know you're here somewhere. I can't see you, but thank you for all you do, and you have been doing conference calls for the administration and the council through these times, and just want to say thank you also, so appreciate it. I'm just going to read one note like I normally do. Public comment. A 3-minute time limit is established for each member of the public wishing to speak for or against an item on the agenda, except appeals. And we may have a different little circumstance on that, but I've already discussed it with the two parties. But anyone that wishes 3 minutes, they need to fill out that card, please. Thank you. What we'll do now is we'll go into the public hearing, and we have ordinance calendar number 6490 is an ordinance to adopt the 2021 operating budget. It was introduced on 10/1/20. I don't think there's any discussion now at the council level, but if anybody wants, you need to hit your request to speak. But we will be discussing that in detail at the December meeting. So is anyone from the audience which wishes to speak on the budget? Okay, seeing none. Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Toledano, a motion and a second by Mr. Bender. All in favor, please vote. You can hit your button now. We're used to raising our hand. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Jerry.
Should we not make a motion to postpone?
No, they just said all we need is a motion to move it to the December meeting. Leave it open.
Wait, so we're making a motion and a second to move it to the December
Yes, sir.
meeting?
Yes, sir.
I apologize. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor? Mike, did you want to speak on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Members of the council, I guess I'm the first one in the dunking booth. With regard to our proposed budget that was submitted to you last month, I have and would like to read the budget message that is in the front of your document, which more or less highlights what the 2021 budget represents. Honorable Chairman and members of the Parish Council, I am submitting herewith the 2021 operating and capital budgets for your consideration and approval. This is the first budget of this new administration, and I want to thank Leslie Long, Chief Financial Officer, my executive team, my department directors, staff for their expertise and patience in preparing this document, which will serve us as a revenue and spending guide for 2021. The total operating and capital budget proposed for 2021 is $124,500,000. It's a 2% decrease from the 2020 adopted budget. When I took the oath of office at the beginning of this year, I committed to providing a more streamlined and responsive government, to place sensible controls on unbridled development and avoid mistakes of the past, and to use our public monies wisely and efficiently on priorities which address our basic and most pressing needs. Despite the COVID-19 public health crisis, which has plagued us since mid-March, the heavy rainfall events, which resulted in flash flooding in many of our neighborhoods, and the threats and preparations for tropical storms and hurricanes, we have been able to maintain continuous operations of parish government and provide a high level of services to our citizens. With my focus on balancing the health of our economy with the health of our community, during this pandemic, we are now in phase 3 of our recovery, with businesses and restaurants open to near capacities, while we are minimizing the impact on our local medical staff and hospital resources. Of paramount importance this coming year, we will be seeking the continuation of an ad valorem millage dedicated to providing critical drainage capital projects throughout our parish. Further, we will be addressing a fiscal challenge created by the loss of sales tax revenue dedicated to operations and maintenance of the St. Tammany Parish Justice Center and Jail. Making up this critical shortfall in revenue will not be an easy task, but with input, guidance, and support of our business, civic, and professional community, as well as from you all and from our citizens, I am confident we will find a way. This year's budget reflects the continued effort to improve the financial accountability of parish government and to meet the service demands of our citizens and the infrastructure needs of our parish. Considering the economic uncertainties in our parish, our state, our nation, and our world, in the foreseeable future due to COVID-19, this proposed budget is conservative and fiscally prudent. The priorities for 2021 include, but are not limited to, the following: improvements to our local streets and roadways, projects to improve local and regional drainage and detention, repairs to and replacement of local bridges, projects to enhance shoreline protection and coastal restoration, planning initiatives for traffic and transportation improvements, expansion of services and improvements at our Safe Haven Behavioral Health Campus, growth and improvements to our water and wastewater utility systems, enhancements to parks and recreational facilities and assets, maintenance and improvements to our public buildings and facilities, and purchase of new vehicles and equipment, particularly for the Department of Public Works and Department of Environmental Services and Tammany Utilities, replacing vehicles and equipment that will be taken out of service and surplus. Moving forward, I will continue providing road and drainage improvement projects in comprehensive packages, which have resulted in tremendous savings to our citizens. I will leverage our partnerships with the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development, the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, the Regional Planning Commission, and other governmental entities to maximize funding and grant opportunities. I have reorganized my administrative departments, and with your approval tonight, with a goal of providing services and responding to our citizens' needs in the most cost-efficient and timely manner. Assisting me in accomplishing these goals, I am proud to have a great team of employees, which I call Team Tammany, who are dedicated public servants. I thank you members of the council, for your review and consideration in adopting these budgets next month. Working together, we will earn the trust and confidence of our citizens for the benefit of St. Tammany Parish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike, and council looks forward to reviewing the budget and going over it and discussing it with you and making any changes that we see that needs to be made in the budget. So
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very
members.
much.
Thank you.
We have a vote on the floor to close the public hearing. Mr. Bender, I need your vote. The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed. Madam Clerk, I think you need to call the roll again for me to go into the normal meeting.
Mr. Dean? Mr. Fitzgerald? Ms. Casabon? Mr. Davis? Ms. Tanner? Mr. Toledano? Mr. Lorino?
Here.
Mr. Canulet? Mr. Mike Smith? Ms. O'Brien? Mr. Stefancic? Mr. Bender? Mr. Airy? And Mr. T.J. Smith. We have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we have ordinance number 1, ordinance calendar number 6490, ordinance to adopt the 2021 operating budget, which was introduced in 10/1/20. Need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Toledano, second by Mr. Canulet. Please vote.
And this motion is to postpone, correct?
Yes, ma'am. It's a motion to postpone for this month and look at it in next month's meeting.
Mr. T.J. Smith? The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Thank you. Number 2, ordinance calendar number 6491, ordinance to establish the 2021-2025 capital improvement budget and capital assets. Need a motion and a second to postpone till December. Motion by Mr. Canulet, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. President, presentation, sir.
Thanks again. This evening I have a proclamation and presentation to 2 employees who are being recognized as Employees of the Month. Lottie Brock and Kathy Osterly. Would you all come up, ladies? Okay, why don't y'all come see, stand right here where each, you can see. There we go. Whereas Lottie Brock began service to St. Tammany Parish in September of 2007, and as a permit examiner in the Planning and Development Department, through hard work and effort, was promoted to Coastal and Watershed Technician in the Department of Planning and Development. And whereas Kathy Osterly began service to St. Tammany Parish in January of 2001 as a permit examiner in the Planning and Development Department, and through hard work and effort was promoted to assistant to the director in the Department of Inspections and Enforcement. Together, Lottie and Kathy work on a daily basis with state and federal agencies, consultants, and parish departments to ensure that St. Tammany Parish citizens and businesses are adhering to all regulations for safe and responsible development. And whereas Kathy and Lottie work tirelessly during St. Tammany Parish's Community Rating System, CRS, verification reviewing elevation certificates to ensure St. Tammany remains in the FEMA CRS program to ensure reduced flood damage to insurable property and encourage a comprehensive approach to floodplain management. And whereas Lottie and Kathy are hardworking, tenacious, and willing to go above and beyond in order to get work completed and meet established deadlines. And whereas Kathy and Lottie are outstanding employees, perform their duties in an exemplary manner, and are dedicated and committed to serving the citizens of St. Tammany. Now therefore I, Michael Cooper, as Parish President of the great Parish of St. Tammany, do hereby recognize the hard work, dedication, and accomplishments of Lottie Brock and Kathy Osterly as Employees of the Month for November 2020, and encourage all employees of St. Tammany Parish to thank them for their contributions and commitment to St. Tammany Parish. Congratulations. Okay, I'm gonna put my mask on. Person to do that. Can't read with the mask on. Congratulations, man. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Did y'all want to say something? Actually, these ladies were instrumental in maintaining the CRS 7 level status to allow our citizens to enjoy a reduction in flood insurance rates.
Mike, before you go, I should have said it a little bit earlier, but I want to thank you and the administration for the work that y'all did, especially Ms. Gina and you and everyone that did a fantastic job during the hurricane that we had. I'm a little remiss, I should have said it in the beginning, but
Thank you, Councilman. It took Team Tammany. It was all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to appointments. Appointment number 1, resolution to reappoint Jeff Vale, Bonnie Champagne, and Phil Becker to the St. Tammany Parish Drainage District number 2 board. Mr. Jake Airy? Motion by Mr. Airy, second by Mr. Mike Smith. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Thank you. Number 2, resolution to appoint members to the St. Tammany Parish Comprehensive Planning Update Steering Committee. If someone would please make a motion to table until we get to the consent calendar, and we'll handle it all at one time. Motion by Mr. Canulette, second by Mr. Dean. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Thank you. Number 3, resolution to appoint Gary Rantazza to replace Charles Graves, resigned, on the St. Tammany Parish Fire Protection District number 7 board. Ms. Tanner? Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Please vote. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to thank Mr. Charles Graves for his service on this board. And also, I think Gary would be a very good asset to the board.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And all those people serve, and they do a great job. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Casabon, Mr. Stefanski, Mr. Mike Smith. The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
We have to get used to hitting the buttons now. We're used to raising our hands for about 6 or 7 months. Okay, we'll go to the consent calendar. What we have, I'll call the ones that we have being pulled thus far. We have ordinance calendar number 4. I don't have that number with me right now. You have that number there?
6526.
6526, thank you. That's a new one. Okay, number 15, ordinance calendar number 6537. Ordinance calendar number 16, 6538. Ordinance calendar number 17, 6539. Ordinance calendar number 18, 6540. Ordinance calendar number 19, 6541. Ordinance calendar number 20, 6542. Ordinance calendar number 21, 6543. Ordinance calendar number 226544. Ordinance calendar number 236545. We'll go to resolutions. Resolution number 1, 6354. Resolution number 2, 6355. Resolution number 3, 6356. Resolution number 12, 6366. We'll go to ordinance for adoption. Number 4, and we'll pull that one. Number 6488. Mr. Dean, do you have anything?
No, thank you.
Mr. Canulet? Mr. Toledano? Ms. O'Brien? Mr. Sponsik? Mr. Bender? Mr. Jake Airy? Mr. Mike Smith? Mr. Jimmy Davis? Ms. Cheryl Tanner? Ms. Martha Casabon?
People here on number 34.
Which one, dear?
34,
Resolution or ordinance?
it's the ordinance.
It's an ordinance for adoption. We
For
don't have to pull that.
Okay, number 34.
6520.
We're going to discuss it. We don't have to pull it.
We don't have, okay,
Okay,
gotcha.
good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, dear. Mr. Fitzgerald, you have nothing? Sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Cooper, administration, anything? Anything from legal? No. Nothing? Anyone in the audience have anything that they would like to have pulled? Okay, I'm sorry? Yeah, I pulled that. Resolution number 9. Resolution number 9, CS number 6363. Yes, I have that one. Okay. Seeing none, could I have a motion for all the items that not pulled? Motion by Ms. O'Brien, second by Mr. Bender. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Thank you. Members of the council, what I'd like to do is go to the discussion and other matters, which we had at the end of the agenda. Okay, I need a motion to move up the discussion items. Do I have a motion? Motion by Mr. Bender. Mr. Bender, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
Mr. Toledano. The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Thank you. What I'd like to do is go to number 3, motion to refer to the St. Tammany Parish Zoning Commission, the rezoning of the Recreation District Number 7 property. Ms. Cheryl Tanner? Okay.
And I would like to explain what this is.
You go right ahead, speak right into the microphone, dear. Thank you.
The Recreation District, when the major rezoning was first done a number of years ago, it was not listed as a recreation, it was listed as housing. So we are trying to correct that zoning.
Thank you, dear. I had a motion by Ms. Tanner, a second by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. We'll go to number 1, discussion by St. Tammany Corp. regarding the Medline potential loss impact analysis and economic development. Mr. Chris Massengill. Good evening, Chris. Before you get started,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to say something, please.
Yes, sir.
Chris, I'd like to thank you for attending this meeting to speak about the Medline project at the request of the council, the entire council. I have a few questions later, and I'll let you go ahead with your presentation, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, council members. Mr. President, thank you all very much for the opportunity to go into our analysis that we provided for you. As I get started, I'd like for you to keep a few numbers in mind. 53 million, 6 million, 3 million, 2.5 million. Simply by the numbers, the potential impact of retaining or losing, now that we know the Medline project, or what we refer to as the Medline expansion project, is significant for St. Tammany. At the council's request, I'm here tonight to discuss both the tangible and intangible adverse impacts to our community if we were to truly lose this expansion project. These items are described in great detail to the analysis that we've provided for you, and I will certainly highlight some key elements of that with you now. Just as a reminder, Medline, as many of you all know, is a Fortune 500 company with an international reputation as a respected corporate citizen in the communities where they have operations. For 15 years, Medline has operated quality jobs right here in St. Tammany and have demonstrated the leadership in healthcare distribution industry as a leader on the front lines in the fight of COVID-19. As a matter of internal procedure, as I've discussed many times before, we as the Economic Development Organization always commission a cost-benefit analysis to determine the total impact of projects and what they will have on the local economy for any major expansion. As a part of that process, Dr. Ed B. with Thai America Management Company conducted the independent initial study that showed the project has a benefit cost ratio to 5 to 1. Simply, this means that the Medline expansion will create $5 of new investment for every $1 of government cost. Remember, this does not include the existing jobs or existing tax revenues. Using the initial analysis, we have outlined the total benefits that we stand to lose should the company truly leave the parish. We've divided this analysis up into the impacts of the tangible side into 3 different specific areas: jobs and payroll, capital investments, and the tax revenue. Currently, Medline employs almost 50 individuals in their current location in Covington, representing a total payroll of 1.8 million, with over half of those jobs by our residents right here in St. Tammany. It's also important that the average salary of these jobs is well above the median wage of a typical worker in St. Tammany. With the expansion within the first 5 years, Medline is creating 164 new direct full-time jobs with an annual payroll of over 6 million. Additionally, the study showed the project generates 504 indirect jobs with a total payroll of 14.6 million. In terms of capital investment, the company would make significant purchases for the project that includes 50 million in local spending, an additional 3 million of equipment purchases for a total investment of 53 million. Based on our interaction and information from the company directly, most of those purchases are intended to be made here locally, increasing the impact of the project exponentially. And of course, you can't discuss a project of this magnitude without discussing the impact to tax revenues. The projection of our analysis show a significant increase in tax revenue both during the construction period and throughout the life of the project. So let's talk about what that really means. During the construction period alone, as the building is being built and the project is being developed, it is estimated to generate 1.9 million in construction payroll tax alone, and over 1 million in sales tax on materials, for a total construction tax revenue of over 3 million. But the numbers just don't represent one-time loss for the construction project. The parish would also see ongoing fiscal losses in the form of $650,000 in sales tax, over $700,000 in property taxes generated by the employees, and nearly 1.2 million in property taxes paid by the company. This reflects nearly 2.5 million in foregone and lost annual tax revenue for the parish. Revenue that could be used for much-needed infrastructure improvements, drainage, the quality of life incentive, public services for our residents, In fact, $2.5 million in lost revenue could actually contribute to resurfacing 2 miles of 4-lane roads, constructing 1 mile of a new 2-lane road, fully fund Safe Haven and increase its funding by 32%, not to mention additional fire protection, public safety, and sheriff deputies, but public education as well. Those are all tangible impacts of the project leaving. Unfortunately, in the practice of economic development, there are also significant intangibles that's associated with project management, particularly when projects of this magnitude decide to leave the parish. Though we'd like to believe this is merely local news affecting our local community, numerous developers, media outlets, local businesses, et cetera, as you can imagine, constantly communicate with us about what's happening with the Medline project. Our existing companies certainly have noticed. Our national and state and local and regional economic development partners have certainly taken notice. National site selectors continue to take notice and watch this project extremely closely. The scope and scale of this expansion project also has revealed significant systemic and overreaching barriers to economic development in this parish. Specifically, these challenges are related to the extensive permitting and rezoning process, the procedures, protocols, lack of technical assistance, lack of consistency in communication measures, particularly within the parish planning and development department. We have brought these issues to the attention of President Cooper. We are working with him and his administration to deal with these issues for ongoing economic development efforts, and I'm proud of what we're doing with President Cooper and his administration on those issues. But I will also say that we have certainly identified issues that are challenges for economic development. As economic development practitioners, we strive to strengthen our community by assisting existing companies to expand and grow to scale. 70 to 80% of all new job creation comes from existing businesses in your community, and we certainly don't want to send jobs outside of our community. We never relish the thought of losing any jobs or investment or having to share that unfortunate truth. The reality is that by losing the Medline project, St. Tammany Parish is forfeiting serious revenues during a time of a significant economic uncertainty. But we'll continue to our mission as the independent economic development organization for St. Tammany Parish and working to attract, expand, provide additional economic investments in the quality of life that we cherish in St. Tammany Parish. We believe still that St. Tammany Parish is the destination of choice for business, for talent, for our families, and we're not backing up on that. And these are issues that can all be fixed. And I believe that this administration is committed to doing that. I appreciate your time. I appreciate the opportunity to serve as your Chief Economic Development Advisor, and I'm certainly open for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Massengale. And yes, I want to thank you and your team for not only this, but for everything you've been doing since you came on board. And I'm sure the council members have some questions for you, and we'll go to that in a little while. So
Yes, sir.
if you don't mind, what I'm going to do is let you sit down, and I have some cards if people wish to speak on this topic. And we'll do that, and then I'll call you back up if the council, because I have a couple of questions and somebody else may have some.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Ms. Bonnie Eads. Ms. Bonnie? You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman, council members, and parish administration. My name is Bonnie Eads. I'm the Executive Director with the North Shore Business Council. The NBC, as you all know, is a private business organization consisting of more than 60 CEOs and community leaders throughout St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington parishes. We do devote extensive resources to promote a better business environment, along with policies that enhance both the quality of life and improving improvements in all infrastructure necessary to support a healthy, growing, and diverse environment. As business leaders, we are here before you once again in support of Medline's plans to build an expanded distribution center in Covington, which will create more than 200 additional jobs within the first 2 years of operation and around 450 jobs once they are operating at full capacity. The land clearing permit application filed by Allstate Financial Company, owner of the land south of Covington, where the medical supply distributor wants to build, was denied by the parish administration last month. If not resolved, this will cause Medline to move its planned facility out of St. Tammany Parish and go elsewhere. As Chris mentioned, what message will we be sending to other potential economic development investors coming here to St. Tammany Parish? The loss of jobs, both direct and indirect, payroll, tax revenue, investment being offered within our community will be devastating to our parish during this time of economic uncertainty. Commercial development is indeed the engine that drives local economies, and Medline's economic impact to our parish is a major economic generator to any region. We encourage St. Tammany Parish to reconsider its position in this matter, because if we do not allow commercial development, the residents of our parish will be called upon to pay higher millage rates to maintain current and future government expenditures. Let us not walk away from this opportunity, but work together to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. I appreciate it, Ms. Eads. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Tom Meyer? Good evening, Tom.
Hey, good evening. Parish President, Council Chair, Council members, my name is Tom Meyer. I have the honor of serving as Chairman for the St. Tammany Chamber of Commerce. The St. Tammany Chamber of Commerce is calling for changes to the St. Tammany Parish's process for economic and business development. Representing diverse businesses and industries across the parish, our Board of Directors, I know many of them are watching right now because they want to come to here because of the social distancing, but they're watching. We collectively present the following concerns and look forward to working towards its mitigation and resolution. At a special meeting last week, we reached consensus to reach out to you tonight at this council meeting, our elected parish council members and parish president, and urge a necessary change. At this time, our chamber public policy publicly voiced support of our economic development, including tax income and private business development, inclusive of the Medline project. 1 year later, almost to the day, St. Tammany has seemingly lost the significant opportunity as a home for a Fortune 500 company expansion that would have created 504 jobs, $67.6 million in revenue to our parish. We believe that there were many factors that contributed to this situation. This potential loss serves as a great example of how St. Tammany's systems for thoughtful development are broken. The events of the past clearly point to why complete overhaul of codes and ordinances should become a #1 priority of this council and administration. We've learned that current codes and ordinances are antiquated, confusing, and in some cases unfair. In fact, more than 3 years ago, the Chamber began requesting these matters to be addressed. We've learned that there's a lack of communication among parish leaders, business development organizations, and parish committees that are legitimately concerned about development taking place without supporting drainage and transportation infrastructure in place. We've learned there's a lack of standard, clear process to follow to business in order to locate the St. Tammany Parish. Contractors, existing and new, and potential businesses have reported repeatedly that the permit process is broken. Even seemingly minor business permits are regularly delayed or denied. Codes and ordinances must be fixed, and this should not take years to complete. Parish leadership must advocate and implement a set of fair and concise rules that can withstand administration changes, that any business looking to locate, develop, and grow in St. Tammany Parish can actually follow. We wholeheartedly support economic development within our parish. It's why we urge a thorough review and revision of code and ordinances, the results of which then communicated and implemented with urgency to include the dedication of appropriate funding needed to move this forward quickly. This can be achieved with the collaborative work of all parties involved, with economic and business development, including the parish leadership, the St. Tammany Corporation, which the Chamber fully supports. Our volunteer business leadership will work with you and will work with others to focus with you parish leaders to continue to do our part to support. We request leadership to cooperate and work for the reality of all benefits of all citizens of St. Tammany Parish. Thank you.
Tom, thank you very much, and I'd like to just comment on one thing you said there, and I appreciate everything you said. You're absolutely correct. But I just want to let you know that about a year ago, I started a committee with the Chamber, the Home Builders Association, and the North Shore Business Council to start rework, and Mr. Ross Liner and the administration to start working on the rewrite of those codes and ordinances.
Oh, yeah.
I believe it's finished. I don't know, but I instructed the North Shore Business Council, and I mentioned to Ms. Osborne that if someone would give me a copy of an ordinance ready with those changes that were discussed for the past year, that's just the year that I spent on it. It's been 2 years prior to that in the other administration. I will move it forward on the council. So I understand exactly what you're saying. Permitting needs to change, the ordinances need to change, but we have to do it in unison with good development also, and that's what we were working on. So I thank you for your comments, and you're right on.
Thank you.
Mr. Eric Swess?
Good evening, Council and Administration. Thanks for the opportunity to address you this evening.
Thank
I am
you.
Eric Schwest. I'm an 18-year resident of St. Tammany Parish, and I'm the Vice President of Governmental Affairs for Clico Power for the state. Also this evening, driving down from Pineville, our corporate office, we have the Vice President of Marketing here, as well as leadership with the economic development and marketing teams. Would also like to make it known that Bruce Wayner is a board member of Clico Corporate Holdings, and Clico Power is here today to address concerns on Clico Power's behalf and not Mr. Wayner. Clico Power is the largest property taxpayer in St. Tammany Parish, contributing approximately $7 million a year. Clico Power is the largest contributor to St. Tammany Corp., the formal economic development arm of the parish, and supports appropriate development that matches the community our employees live and work in every day. The electric generation, transmission, and distribution business requires long lead times, usually 5 to 7 years of planning for reliability, planned load growth, and contingency growth in every service region we occupy. The Oxnard bypass area required Clico to relocate and harden transmission lines, and the roundabouts required Clico to move distribution lines, all based on planning decisions made 5 to 7 years back by parish officials. The cost to move these lines and build contingency for the region's growth is not in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, but in the millions. So Clico is here this evening to share our concern, not just specific to the Medline project, but in general, related to the changes we are seeing concerning stalled economic development in corridors we were asked years ago to begin preparing specifically for economic development. We respectfully request to be included in strategic economic development planning going forward related to statutes, planning and zoning studies, growth strategy, tree plantings, and placement. We ask for a clear understanding of areas that are migrating towards a potential moratorium on growth. We also ask for a clear understanding of areas that the administration and council and St. Tammany Corp. See as appropriate for large commercial and industrial development. Now, specific to Medline, Clico is not only losing an opportunity to secure a new customer, but we're losing an existing customer in Medline. This is not only a missed opportunity we've been working on for years in collaboration with parish government, but the loss of an existing Clico customer that has been, to our knowledge, an upstanding corporate entity and benefit to our community. We have a fiduciary duty to all of our customers on both sides of this issue to invest appropriately for expansion, reliability, and contingency. This process, from our perspective, is not 1 to 2 years, or one that begins when a project is announced. It's 5 to 10 years for this company. And when major policy changes occur abruptly versus gradually, they can have negative impacts on the utility industry. We're proud to provide electric service in St. Tammany. We're proud to have our employees live and work here in this great parish, and we look forward to being included in the process going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Swess, for your time. Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Dorsky?
Hi, my name's Dwight Dosky. I'm a resident of the parish, living at 33 Hyacinth. I certainly understand the concerns expressed by Mr. Myers and Mr. Schwest on that. I do think that this parish needs a very clear set of ordinances, and I believe this parish is actually moving towards having one economic development sort of things that will be allowing permits to be occurring much, much faster, and yet still addressing all the concerns. So I understand what Mr. Myers is saying. I understand what Mr. Schwest is saying. They do need lead time on that. But that doesn't mean that we ought to be doing higgledy-piggledy development just to please them or to keep them with one customer. What I would like this council to go ahead and to address with, though, Mr. Massengill and Ms. Hughes, however, are a few questions. The first question, I guess, that I would like to hear talked about is whether or not there would be any economic loss whatsoever if Medline located at 1088 in I-12. Would Clico have a loss? Would this parish have a loss? And I know that Mr. Massengill should be able to provide you then with everything that he has done to direct them to go there, because that, after all, is his job. I'm sure he can tell you exactly what the objections that Medline has to going to I-12 in 1088. And he can tell you what he has done to address those concerns from Medline. That, after all, is his job. That, after all, is what he's paid for. Those are the questions that this council should ask to have answered. Now, I think that we've got to ask a couple of things about what he has said today. For instance, I would love to know whether, in fact, and he doesn't need to answer my questions at all, he just needs to answer your questions. Has there actually been a major national corporation that has called him and said, we are canceling our plans to locate in St. Tammany if Medline doesn't get permission to go into a flood-prone plain? If they can't do that, and if we can't do that, we're not going to discuss anything further with St. Tammany. I'm sure Mr. Massengill can tell you exactly how many national companies have told him that they're canceling their plans. I'd also like to find out, too, if you all can find out, just because one of the things that concerned me, what does that mean that we are going to be losing $700 million in property tax generated by employees? I know that was a very, very quick little thing to say in between commas of the speech, but what on earth does that mean? Could somebody please find out for me? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsky. Ms. Nancy Wagner?
Thank you, Council, Parish President. My name is Nancy Wagner. I'm the president of Flower Estates Civic Association. I just want to speak to this economic development situation. When the parish, some of you weren't on the council then, but when the parish first got together with, led by Pat Brister, with Medline, and had a meeting in her office in May of 2019 and assured them that their team was on it and they were moving forward with this project, that was where this company was misled. That's when this should have been stopped, and they should have looked for an appropriate location, an appropriately zoned location. But that was not done. When I found out about the Medline plan, I offered to host a community-wide meeting so that residents could get involved, have information. Exactly the sorts of things that are going on in Hammond right now with people getting more information. Mr. Marone, Mr. Wayner's attorney, refused. He said he would only meet with a few members of the Flowers Board, and it had to be like in the next 2 days because he wanted to come to the zoning meeting on September the 3rd. So a lot of that after there is history. But let me speak to the importance of economic development. Those of us who live in Flower Estates work in small businesses, we work for government, we self-employed, such as I am, and we believe in economic development. As a matter of fact, I have been working behind the scenes, as Mr. Shane knows, with a multinational company to come to St. Tammany, and they're not asking for any tax incentives. They're not asking for any breaks. They would employ 275 people when they open their doors. So what is important in economic development is to look for businesses to go to the right location, not to try and please somebody who wants to sell land that was purchased for cheap and then sell it for a lot of money, to put a company where it's not wanted. Would we like to see Medline stay in St. Tammany Parish? Absolutely. Those over 1,300 residents in Mr. Dean's district signed a petition saying we did not want Medline at Auctioneer Extension. That doesn't mean we don't want Medline. I know perfectly well that the people who own 1088 are pursuing Medline. And I think the questions asked by Mr. Dosky were quite appropriate. Your duty, if you are really concerned about economic development, is to lead companies to an appropriate location. It's not to do favors for someone who wants to sell land. It's to look at the good. You talk about economic loss, you talk about losing tax dollars. What do you think about the people who flooded in May who'd been told, your houses aren't going to flood, and their houses flooded, and they didn't have flood insurance. A lot of them didn't. That's economic impact. You're going to have people moving away. You're going to have people selling their land, selling their homes. You don't want that for your parish. What was the opening prayer? Let's all work together. Let's open our hearts. Let's work together for the betterment of this community.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
You got something? They had a little extra time if you want.
Well, I would
Okay.
just like to say thank you for this opportunity. You'll see me again on the next topic.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much. Looking forward to it.
It's always a pleasure.
We have Mr. Joshua Manguez on the phone. Joshua?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm calling to voice my support of the Medline project. I myself am a product of St. Tammany Parish, as is my younger sister. However, due to a lack of opportunity there in St. Tammany, neither of us currently reside in the parish. This is neither a reflection of our qualifications or work ethic. My younger sister is a recent two-time graduate of Baylor University who has seen her research published, and I myself study civil engineering at LSU. I've managed infrastructure projects upwards of 7 figures under the strictest regulations imaginable. And we're not alone either. A majority of new college graduates from this region opt to move out of the parish or state altogether for opportunities which simply don't exist in St. Tammany. Now, while the opportunities for young professionals like us may not currently exist in our home community, we believe that doesn't have to be the case if the parish decides to be more welcoming to growth and opportunities, such as a Medline facility. It's apparent to anyone who has paid attention to economic growth in Hammond, a city that now has a brighter future thanks to their welcoming demeanor towards economic growth. It's my hope that the leadership in St. Tammany Parish will reconsider their current stance on the Medline and similar economic development projects so as to keep St. Tammany from going the way of communities like Morgan City or Bogalusa. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, sir. God bless you. Okay. All right, that's all the cards we have. We'll go to questions and from the council. Mr. President, would you like to, Mike? You?
First, and I'll.
Okay, okay. And Mr. Massengill? Hello, Chris, once again. I have just a couple of questions,
Yes,
if you
sir.
don't mind. One of them kind of mirrors already Mr. Dorsky's question. Can you give us a brief overview of your office's involvement when any company attempts to start or relocate their operations in St. Tammany Parish?
Yes, sir. Well, that's actually a great question. It gives me an opportunity to help do a little educating about what economic development is and what it's not. One of the things that's important for an economic development organization is to be the point of entry for projects, for companies, for local businesses, for the state when they're attracting companies to try to locate to a community. We serve as the front door. We serve as the technical assistance provider as it relates to sometimes project management. Depending on the size and scale and the unique specific needs of that individual project will determine the kind of services that we provide. But an economic development organization's number one mission is to be the first point of entry. Now, projects come to economic development in several ways. Sometimes they actually come to the parish president's office, and then we engage, and then we start that process of the management of economic development. Economic development is a process, and where I can appreciate the community citizens' wish list of how they would like for economic development to happen. Unfortunately, it just shows that the reality and the understanding of that reality is truly not there. The other aspect of this, Mr. Chairman, is that we don't get to tell companies where to locate. The site selection process is extremely complex. It's scientific. It's data-driven. It's based on metrics that meets the company's ability to be successful based off of their own business modeling. We don't have the power to tell a company where to locate. Now, we can provide information all day long, which we do as a part of the services that we provide. Oftentimes, we're doing a lot of research and analysis on our own. I might remind the council that when we got brought into the Medline project, which was being led by LED, because projects I just mentioned come into different avenues. They come to the parish president's office. They come from private developers. They come from the businesses themselves. Oftentimes, companies may have people inside their operation that call economic development and go, look, we're thinking about an expansion. Can you help us do the site selection? That's one way. Another way is that when you have a company, a Fortune 500 international global company, when this project put out the RFP initially, they were considering 4 states in the first aspect of the RFP, multiple parishes inside Louisiana. When that happens, the project is managed at the state level because of the magnitude of the project. I might also point out that it has been almost 15 years since St. Tammany Parish has had a project of this size, scale, and scope. We happened to get 2 in the same year. The first one was Empirical, which is also building close to where this project is, and it's moving forward. And the second one was Medline. It's been almost 15 years since we've had an opportunity to capture expansion projects in St. Tammany Parish of that size. I'll also remind you that at full capacity of Medline, it would be 450 employees. Our analysis that we did for you on the impact was just the first 5 years of that project. And so to the point of the site selection, it is a very significant process that is data-driven based off the company's needs, not the wish list of some ill-informed individuals that don't understand the process of economic development.
Thank you, sir. Another question for you. Does a Fortune 500 company, when they come to you, get more attention than a coffee shop in Madisonville?
Well, the good thing about economic development, it's not a one-size-fits-all. The reality is that in economic development, it's about a management of the process. We do a lot of work on small businesses. We do a lot of technical assistance, direct business-to-business support operations. That's a core component of economic development. Just like we work on creative economy projects, just like we work in partnership with tourism, just like we work in partnership with major industrial recruitment. Remember, most jobs are created by existing businesses. So when companies come to us, the first thing we identify is what that unique and specific needs that they have. And then that will determine the level of project management, the assistance that we need, the kind of advice, resources. We serve all kinds of resources as it relates to the local economic development. We're sometimes in the driver's seat of site selection. We were not in this case. We were brought in after the site selection had been made. But the other aspect of it is that it all is driven by the company. If we're helping a small business get off the ground, access to financing, access to small business coaching, access to the management portion of actually working on their business instead of being in their business, we do that all day long. But it's driven by the company.
Did I hear you just say that you were brought in after they selected the site?
That's correct. Because Medline was looking at multiple states, They were looking at multiple parishes in Louisiana. As a result of us being in competition with our neighbors, LED drives that process. We get to submit, they ask us for information, and as I said in private at that time when we were under NDAs, and oftentimes in economic development, you all know non-disclosure agreements, we work on that oftentimes. In fact, Ms. Wagner just mentioned to you a project that they're working on or actually holding hostage because we're actually trying to do projects, but we're under NDAs on those certain projects. And as a result of that, we have to be very, very careful with the information that we provide or that we share. But yes, in this case, LED drove that project. We submitted multiple sites, actually helped facilitate site selection visits. That's why we love our partners at CLECO, because Mike Sibley, one of our true economic development professionals in Louisiana who's been here, is actually working with us on that. He was a part of those site visits that we helped, and we show multiple sites when we're asked by the state to do that. And then ultimately, those get whittled down, and then the company makes that decision.
In your experience, in your profession, when a company comes in like that, or any company, I guess it would depend on the size of the company though, how does the government, the administrations of that parish, state, whatever the case may be, what is their involvement in it? Who gets involved in it?
Well, let me say this. There's two aspects to that. The first aspect is that our chief local elected officials and government partners are critical in the process of economic development. We work hand in glove. We have to, right? Many reason is that through the course of the permitting process, working through the processes of government, you have to have that connectivity. Oftentimes, a lot of the vision for economic development is actually helped executed by the local leadership, be it a mayor, a parish president, council members, city council members. We work hand in glove with our government stakeholders. They're critical to the process. It's important because they can help facilitate the investment in a community as a result of that. Now, it's not every day that you have a scenario where the elected leadership is actually against an economic development project. This is a unique situation. What we've seen here, we've been working this project for 15 months. Medline got caught up into 2 administrations and in a political process. And it's unfortunate. But the reality is that we're still doing good economic development in this parish. We're still working very closely with the parish president on multiple projects. But the reality is that it's very important for local elected officials to be working very closely with economic development on projects. It's usually trying to help facilitate that project and make sure we can actually do the investment, not in the reverse.
Mr. Dorsky asked a question about property tax. What was your statement on that?
Yeah, I think he mentioned 700 million. It's 700,000, and it's actually
Gotcha.
the payroll portion that goes to pay for the property taxes, the employee property taxes.
Okay. All right. Chris, I have a couple other questions, but I'm
Yes, sir.
going to go to Ms. Tanner.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody who wishes to speak, please just hit your request to speak. Ms. Tanner?
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, Chris, I would like to thank you. I know it's not a big deal, but thank you so much for helping me get the Piggly Wiggly in Bush. They are overwhelmed and very excited that it is open. So I
So
thank
are we.
you. I thank you.
So are we.
And I
So are
thank
we. And
Mayor
we-
Cooper.
Absolutely.
Mayor
President
Cooper
Yes.
for the help, first of all. The question I have is, what signal is this giving to other Fortune 500 companies? Is it saying, come to St. Tammany, follow all the guidelines, but you may be stopped? What impact will this have on other Fortune 500 companies?
It would be disingenuous for me to stand up here as your Chief Economic Development Advisor and tell you that this is not having an impact on how we do business. It is. But at the same time, I am the #1 advocate for St. Tammany. It is my job to be the chief marketer of St. Tammany. It is my job to help businesses be successful so they can invest more into St. Tammany, so we can have the things of quality of life that we truly want. It is hard for me to stand before you all to talk about the the real difficulty when you lose a project, or you potentially will lose a project. I will tell you that we have not given up. President Cooper and I talk on a daily basis about ways that we can continue to try to salvage this project. I am not one to give up until the very end. The reality is that this situation is having a terrible impact to our business community for future growth opportunities as it relates to, as they think about what happens moving forward. There's two aspects of this, Councilwoman, that's very important. We have to understand the conditions that we're in. We lost over 24,000 jobs since February because of COVID-19. Even though that we have put jobs back, we've lowered our unemployment, we're still, as we talk here tonight, we're still over 6% unemployment. We have a 57% lower small business revenue than we did 6 months ago. We still have people that are unemployed. We had 3,500 businesses that either closed or had a negative impact because of COVID-19. The pandemic has created winners and losers. St. Tammany Parish is geographically located to be a major competitor for the transportation, warehousing, and logistics distribution industry sector for the entire country. We are on the radar screen for a reason. The access to our interstates, the infrastructure that we do have, the quality and available workforce that we have. I would mention to you all to take into consideration as it relates to this project, we have over 3,300 employees that work in this industry sector in St. Tammany alone. It's almost 7% of our economy in St. Tammany Parish. We have a $12 billion economy, $12 billion economy in St. Tammany Parish. This is the #1 industry sector opportunity for us in the entire country. It's not just a regional distribution center, which is what we were, but because we've seen a 27% increase in this industry, we're now the #1 geographical location in the entire country for global distribution, which is why, case in point, Medline wants to go from a 150,000 square seat facility with 50 employees to 450, because they see this as a strategic location, and this is an enormous opportunity for this parish to take advantage of. St. Tammany Parish is no longer a sleepy bedroom community to New Orleans. We are a major player. We have a massive economic diversification movement. We've seen a 15% growth in population in the last 15 years, 5.8 in the last 5. We're predicted to have 11,000 people in the next 5 years. That's just from people moving over here. That's not job creation. So, yes, the reason that it's difficult for me to stand up here and talk to you about the negative aspects when we lose a project is difficult because I don't like to identify that. And yes, to the citizens comment that, can you tell me the companies that have called you? Well, sir, I wish I could, but I can't, because that's called the confidentiality that we have in this business. And the reality is, as I've shared with President Cooper, there have been companies, existing global companies inside St. Tammany Parish right now that have called, that we've had multiple meetings, conversations, asking for guidance. How do we continue to move forward with this? You talked about the Piggly Wiggly example. Look what it had to take to get that project through planning and development. And thank goodness President Cooper recognized that and helped us make that happen, because it wouldn't have happened without his intervention, because the planning and development wasn't going to allow that to happen. In fact, they went back and made you go through other hoops as a result of that. What kind of message is that sending? Piggly Wiggly is a big deal. Economic development is not a one-size-fits-all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tanner. Mrs. Stefanski.
Yes, Chris, just a couple things, and I have a question. First of all, I want to tell you, I think I understand when a company comes in and they have a spot selected they want to be on. I was once told by one of the groups that I was working with on economic development that, one, if you have a site and it's ready to go, you got a good chance, you got some chance of getting it. if you don't have a site selected and you're going to try and sell something, it's not going to happen. And finally, thirdly, if the company has picked a site that they want to come to, that it'll be there if you're willing to make that decision and make sure that they get there. And that's where I think we are failing somewhere in this process tonight. I was just curious, and I want you to answer a question, is Ms. Wagner stood up here a while ago and said she had had talks with another company, a big company that was thinking about coming to St. Tammany. What does economic development know about that? Has she presented any of that to you? And are we pursuing them as well?
Councilman, I wish I could go into details about the project that she was alluding to. I am familiar with that project. I'm very familiar with it. I'm also very familiar with the difficulties that's being created as a result of that, and we're working through that. Luckily, the company on multiple occasions has went back to Ms. Wagner and her group to provide concessions in order to get to the end of the day on that. There's multiple other connections to that project that she's referencing, and there's not just that project that's connected to that. There are multiple projects that's connected to that. So it's like a domino. When one falls, luckily other things happen. One of the aspects with the Medline project is the secondary jobs, the support jobs that's being created. We know this type of industry creates 2.4% of what we call a multiplier effect in economic development as a result of that. But, sir, I wish I could go into detail with you on that. Unfortunately, I cannot, but I will tell you that the project is real. And the good thing is that President Cooper and I are working very closely to help resolve some of those issues. And this would be a project that we're going to be very excited to announce.
Will we run into roadblocks on it on the same way we're running into this one?
I hope not.
I'm happy to answer that question.
I didn't ask you the question.
Good. Ms. Wagner, have a seat.
And that's all,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Mike Smith?
Okay. I just want to echo a couple of things. Okay, I'm East St. Tammany. I've had numerous constituents, people in the business community, civic leaders, all of them aware of the possible pitfalls and the opposition, and also aware of the arguments for this project. And the overwhelming majority, to me, have expressed an interest in having the project go forward. Okay, they think it'll be good for East St. Tammany as well. Additionally, they're afraid that economic development in East St. Tammany will be, if it doesn't go forward, that it'll be adversely affected. Okay. I don't know if you can verify this or not, but I know that a couple of the mayors tried to poach this business. Is that your understanding? Have you ever heard of anything like that?
We
Okay.
put multiple options in front of them once we knew that this site.
Yeah,
was
I
no
know a
longer
couple
gonna
of
be
them
viable.
lobbied really hard to
Yes,
get this project, and they couldn't get it. And they told me the logistical reasons why, which I'm not going to go into either. Okay, I'm going to refer to a study that you guys shared with us through your office about tax structure in some of the municipalities of our size, because we are now the fourth largest municipality. We're not, we have over 200,000 people living here. Fortunately, we have a large enough parish that we're still rural as well as urban. Okay, but the breakdown on the taxing structure, if I remember correctly, and you may have to back me up on this or correct me, but the majority of our taxes as far as for government purposes comes from residential homes. Okay, and the reasons for that was we haven't had commercial development has not kept pace with residential development. Would that be accurate?
Yes, and you're probably also referencing the study that was conducted by the North Shore Business Council on the
Excuse me.
tax structure.
Okay.
I am familiar with that, and I know Bonnie would probably could speak to that too if she needs to.
Okay. in the past, we've relied on, this area was started as a bedroom community. Very few, I'm not from this area, I'm from Memphis, but I went to school at LSU, kind of by accident. Go Tigers. We're going to have a better year next year. Okay, this is a COVID year. We're not counting this year. Okay, there weren't that many people living here. Okay, everybody pretty much that lived here commuted into New Orleans or Jefferson Parish and worked. That's no longer true. Okay, my brother would be an example of that. He worked for Chevron and he ended up in Houston. Okay. Would you expect that that would continue to be the case, that we would accelerate that loss of bedroom jobs and being the bedroom community?
Yeah, we're on the path to actually expand our economic base. Businesses do pay more taxes. That's just the nature of the reality. We've got about 41,000 people that leave the parish every day to go to work. Now, that was pre-COVID. Now, a lot of them are working from home because many of those were corporate-level jobs. IT-related jobs, business and professional services type-related jobs, which is another major industry sector for us in St. Tammany. But we also have about 32,000 people that drive in because, remember, the number one employer in St. Tammany Parish in terms of total number of jobs is the retail sector, which has been decimated because of the pandemic.
The area that Medline is going into is an area that has been commercially developed. Do you expect if Medline doesn't go in there that at some point it probably will be commercially developed?
Yes, sir, I do. And the other reality is that we recognize because of the resistance that we have to change some strategies in terms of how we also market. We recognize we got a lot of potential. We got a lot of sites. We've got a lot of potential for the east side of the parish, Lacombe East. If the west side of the parish is not going to accept job creation and economic investment, we certainly have to be an advocate for the places that will accept it. And so we have to be strategic. We have to recognize the dynamics that we're dealing with, the landscape that we have to work with. If we're going to continue to see the kind of resistance of economic investments in the west side of the parish, then we have to change strategies.
Okay. I can't remember what I was going to tell you, but are you aware of any other example where we've had something like this that kind of slipped away from us?
Well, I've been here almost 3 years, and it's the first one that I've dealt with, and I'm now in my 20th year as a practicing economic developer.
Well, I could tell you, I worked for FedEx for 10 years, and it's a Memphis-based company, but it didn't start in Memphis. It started in Little Rock, okay, and it was going to expand. They had opposition, and they didn't want them to expand, and so they moved to Memphis, which is why Memphis got FedEx, which is now their one Fortune 500 company. The city has worked very, very hard to work out the difficulties involved in having 300-400 planes take off every night, and the physical infrastructure. You know, it hasn't always been pretty, but they have managed to make that work. The other thing is opportunity that comes because somebody recognized it and jumped on it was more to my heart. The World Championship Barbecue Festivals in Memphis every year in May, because we make the best barbecue in Memphis. I'm sorry, I love the food down here, but our barbecue is tops. That's why we have that championship there. Okay, that was tagged on to Memphis in May, which is an international festival. The barbecue festival needed to, their introductory year, they were trying to find something to piggyback on. So they went to the Mayor's Council, and somebody on the Council of Economic Development had nothing to do with the country that they were, I think it was England, okay, but they gave them that certificate and allowed them to set up on the banks of the river in a park there. That draws 500,000 people a year now. And it's a problem environmentally, but it's one they worked out, okay? I came over here for a job. I was living in New Orleans. I came over to teach. I got a teaching position here because there was a job for me here, a good one. Okay, I drove over an interstate that was put basically in wetlands. I live in a subdivision that was basically put where a pine forest was at one point in time. I go shopping where there used to be farms. We're still in the process of working that out. That's going to continue. Have you ever heard that Medline has been a bad corporate neighbor in any way, anywhere that they've been? Are you aware of any incidences where they haven't gotten along with the community as a whole, or haven't tried to work with the community?
No, sir.
Okay, that's all the comments that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Casabon?
Yes, I don't have any questions for Mr. Massengale. I guess mine would be directed at Mike, so I have some questions. Is this the time to, I just have some questions for you. I don't know. Can you hear me? Okay.
Martha?
Yeah.
Martha, I think Mike's going to say something when we
Well, it kind of goes along
Okay,
with
I mean,
this,
it's up to
too.
you. Go ahead,
But mine's
sweetie.
more on process, so let him, okay, when he gets up, I'll ask him then.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, dear. All righty. Jimmy Davis.
Hey, Chris. Good to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
When I got on this council in January, after spending 12 years on planning and zoning, I noticed that it seems like the system works if it's worked correctly. Now, let's talk about that. In your work, most of the companies come to you, and maybe they're not Fortune 500 companies,
Most
and
of
they
them are
may
not.
ask you for assistance
Yes,
and
sir.
say, where can we build?
Yes, sir.
Right? So you'll go out, maybe look for properties, correct? Look at the zoning, see if it meets that, and then you'll do some interpretation whether or not you think that zoning can be changed by the Planning and Zoning Commission or the council, because it has to come to the council.
Yes, sir.
So that's a pretty straightforward situation of that. So I'm looking at the process for this case now. I just so happened to retire from the planning and zoning in May last year, so I missed this, okay? But the very next month, when it was coming up to the planning and zoning, I see there was only 8 members at that time, and it was voted 5-3, 5, 4, and 3 to change the zoning to this new zoning that is currently now on this property.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Regardless whether Medline builds there or not, it's still zoned that way.
That is correct.
So another company could come in and try to say, well, that's great. That's exactly what we need. It's been zoned that way. Why? Because the planning and zoning made a recommendation to the council, and the council approved it.
Yes, sir.
And the council represents the people.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, are they going to be able to get a tree permit now? Whoever wants to buy this piece of property, if it's the same situation. If it's going to be a large manufacturing device, are they going to be able to get it? So something's not working correctly here, and I'm not quite sure what it is. And, my grandfather, God bless his soul, always told me this, the 3 things was to communicate, compromise, and then get it done. I mean, that's basically it. So something's got to change here, okay?
Yes, sir.
I know for a fact that Medline looked at the 1088 property.
Yes, sir.
I mean, they looked at it, and they
Multiple
did
times.
all their studies
Yes,
on
sir.
it, and they decided to go ahead and build. Now, of course, there are going to be some people that don't like certain places of business being placed. And if it's a wetlands, well, that's why we have engineering. They can do a drainage study, figure out they can build a bigger retention pond, or figure out, okay, don't cut all the trees, cut some of the trees. Let's say the blueprint of this facility is 1 million square foot, okay?
Yes, sir.
You got 1 million square foot of concrete. That's a lot. Don't get me wrong, that's a lot. Okay. Well, if you sit down with the planning department, some of the questions that should be asked is, okay, do the administrative side of that big building, maybe we could put them upstairs in the second floor. Maybe that'll change the footprint, right? Also, you have all these driveways coming in for the tractor trailers or whatever's coming. That's fine. You're going to have 360 employees working there, okay? They don't need concrete. Put limestone down for a parking area. That saves drainage. I mean, so there's ways around things, and that's where the compromise, I think, happens. Now, for individuals, and I understand people who don't want this, I do understand it, but fear is not a good way to go about it, to be honest. This council was selected by the people to represent you. So hopefully, when we make a decision, we think we're representing you. So that's the whole key to this thing, you know? It's not as difficult as it seems, and I think it could be simply solved. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Councilman.
Thank you, Jimmy. Mr. Bender?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris,
Yes, sir.
thank you for your presentation and for all your efforts on behalf of St. Tammany Parish
Thank you.
and all of our citizens. So, as Chairman, I'm going to address a portion of my questions or comments with Chris. And then, as you suggested, I will wait on those regarding, I will wait till after the parish president speaks for my additional
Yes, sir.
questions or comments.
I think that would be the best way to do it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, Chris, and you can verify this, but I verified it, okay, myself. Medline in 2018 had revenue of $11.7 billion. $11.7 billion. 24,000 employees in 90 countries. 90 countries figured out a way to get Medline and to welcome them. And many communities in the United States have figured out a way to get Medline into their community and welcome them. A way was figured out about 15 years ago or so to get Medline on the other side of I-12. When I read the questions that were asked of Medline on behalf of people who would like to work for Medline in the future, not in St. Tammany, anywhere in the United States or whatever. And by the way, Medline is the 47th largest Fortune 500 company in the United States. 47th in the United States. 352nd largest company on a Fortune 500 in the world. Real estate. I've heard the statement, and I respect the gentleman's statement. Nothing I say is to be derogatory towards any citizen, any elected official, anyone who objects or agrees. I spent my 40 years in business before I retired with 2 Fortune 500 companies. I don't want to talk about myself. I simply have to say this part to let people understand what I know, okay? I don't have to guess about it. I know about it. Started out at the lowest level in sales and then rose for the first Fortune 500 company to be the senior manager for Louisiana and southern Mississippi. Their real estate division, which they had, a real estate division, not in New Orleans, not in Baton Rouge, not on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, at the home office. They chose if we wanted to move facilities. I had input, but that was their choice. The second company, after the first Fortune 500 company was bought out by a European company, I was senior manager again for most of Louisiana and southern Mississippi, and that company ultimately had 110,000 employees worldwide. They also had a real estate division. And some might recall that about 10 years ago or so, Louisiana had an opportunity, and I worked for a different division of this company, had an opportunity to gain in St. James Parish in land which, by the way, was already prepared. That's key, because I went by it multiple times. Had an opportunity to gain a $7.2 billion cost of construction steel plant, because our steel division was huge. So did Arkansas, and so did Alabama. The two finalists were Louisiana and St. James Parish. There was a full court press all the way around in Louisiana, you can imagine. And Alabama too. Alabama went so far as to let the people throughout the whole through the whole state of Alabama vote for what they were willing to do to get this company. And unfortunately, they got it, North Mobile. If I wore my company polo shirt to the Mississippi Gulf Coast, I cannot tell you how many times people asked me if I could get them a job at the steel division plant after it was built, okay? These opportunities do not come along often. 11.7 billion, that is 24,000 employees. That is not an opportunity to take lightly. That's all I'm talking positively. That is not an opportunity any community can risk taking lightly. I said this a long time ago in a meeting, I'm going to say it again. We do not have the Mississippi River flowing through St. Tammany Parish. Thank goodness. I don't think any of us would vote to take it. But I'll tell you one thing, take a look at St. Charles Parish's population, a fourth of ours, and take a look at their budget because they're on the Mississippi River. It doesn't flow through their parish, it just flows next to it. That's why we in St. Tammany cannot do anything but our very, very best to secure a company like this. In terms of, I will say this, in terms of any statements about a company wanting to personally ingratiate a landowner who bought something for a pittance and then sold it. I heard that tonight. That is pure malarkey. Companies like my previous company that I retired from in Medline, that does not play into their picture. What plays into their picture is what Mr. Davis said. They look, they see, they investigate, and they determine. No different than Popeyes determining which corner they're going to put a Popeyes on. And believe me, if we think every corner is the same, it is not. It definitely is not. Retail does this kind of stuff, especially fast food, but so does a company like Medline. So when they select, it's up to us to try our very best to deliver, not to give in to the point of ridiculousness, but to do our best, Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well said, Mr. Bender. I don't usually tell you that, but anyway. Ms. Casavant.
I'm still waiting.
Okay, my dear. I got you. Mr. Canulat.
All right.
And congratulations on your retirement. Okay.
Fortune 500 in January, baby. I work for Shell. And I got the news today that they're shutting a plant down and consolidating, and there's an opportunity for me to go do something else.
There you go.
So, looking forward to it. All right, but seriously here.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Do we have any Fortune 500 companies right now beating on our door to get in here besides the two we've talked about?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Like Jerry said, I've been working for Fortune 500, 37 years. They have a set way of doing things. They study, and they study, and then they move. And they don't wait. They're going to move. And if we can't take them, they will move somewhere else. It's just that simple. And it really helps when the governor, who is from Tangipahoa, right next door, well, when he gets to meet with them, I wonder what his tune was. We love you. I'm sure that was every other word. Come to Tangipahoa. My home, Tangipahoa. My home is St. Tammany. Those trucks are going to roll through St. Tammany every day, night, morning, 24/7, 365. That's not changing. Not changing in any way, shape, or form. Now, I've been listening to this. People get to pick where they want to live. Businesses get to pick where they want to go set up. If you buy in a subdivision that's got 40 or 50 acres that are open next to an interstate, I got news for you. All businesses gravitate to the interstate, every one of them. Nothing changes there, no matter what part of the parish we're in, the east, the west, the north, the south. They want interstate access as quickly as possible. And that's one of the things driving this, in my personal opinion, besides two ports within 45 minutes of each other.
Helpful.
Yes, very, very important. Now, here we are. It seems like we can't seem to get a permit issue. For whatever reason, I'm hoping to hear it tonight. But I do know this. I can't go to the people, and I heard Mike mention something today about bringing it, is it a renewal or is it a new tax you were talking about on the ad valorem? No, was it a new tax or is it a renewal?
It's a continuation, a
It's
renewal.
Okay.
Yeah, coming up in the spring.
Okay, thank you. So, here we are, gonna ask to put the burden back on the residents. And we gotta look at them and tell them we kicked a Fortune 500 company out because we can't issue a permit? I don't believe they're gonna be too happy about this. My biggest number one complaint now is taxes. It looks like taxes are going up too, unfortunately. So, this is a real company with real jobs that will take care of this area. If you haven't had the luxury or the benefit of working for some of these Fortune 500 companies, when they take up a project, they don't go halfway, right, Jerry? They go all the way. And they're gonna make the area as nice and as friendly and as best as they can make it because they're worried about their images. And they don't wanna be seen in a dump. They want to be seen somewhere nice where they got auditoriums, all kind of stuff. Shell just built a arts facility for St. Charles Parish. Imagine that. Brand new, state of the art. 30,000, 40,000 people maybe live in the parish. Maybe. So, this is an opportunity, once again. We've got the homes here. We've got everything set up. We've got the schools here. We don't have the college kids. We don't have them coming home. I got 3. I would like them to stay here. And I would really be, I'm upset that my kids might not be able to get a job at a place because we can't issue permits. It really infuriates me. So, saying that, and seeing that, I believe this is a good development. I think this is a good company. I think we still can work all this out. I sure hope we can, because we're gonna need more than Medline to keep our kids home. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Canulet. Mr. J. Carey?
Yes, I'll be brief. I travel a lot through the state for soccer, and sometimes I'll go off a little beaten path just to see what's out there, and you'll come across parishes and cities, and they're dying. And you can see at one point in time, they were pretty, had a pretty substantial business aspect, nice downtowns, and it's just deteriorating, and, houses abandoned, and it's not good. You can tell. And so I'm always concerned about that. That's what keeps me up at night. And I understand Medline's one project, but it is sort of a statement project with a project this big. And one of the things that's concerned me, and I know we're in COVID, so maybe that's part of the reason of it, but right now for commercial permits being issued, we're on pace to do 214 commercial permits according to the last. That's assuming we do exactly what we did in the last 2 months of the year of last year. Last year, we had 414 commercial permits issued. So we're down 200 commercial permits being issued in 1 year. On the residential side, it's stayed the same and maybe even up a little bit. So, but that's very concerning to me. And obviously, I don't know if these two things are linked. I would hope that things don't happen that fast, and maybe there's some way to salvage this. But that's just one thing I don't know. Do you have any insight on why we're down that far? And maybe is there a backlog of things that just haven't come through? Or are you seeing people and businesses not wanting to invest? And maybe that means for some of these businesses that want to make a major investment, maybe we need to help them out. And one thing, sorry to give you two questions, but one thing, at the parish council level, we don't, when we do zoning, and I wasn't on the council at this time, but I paid attention to a lot of what's going on in case it spilled over. We don't get drainage studies or traffic studies or things like that. It's really more theoretical. Theoretically, this is what could be zoned here. And I understand that helps the developers in some cases, because if we say no, you haven't spent what could be hundreds of thousands of dollars in studies that for something that's ultimately not going to go through. But I'm wondering if maybe on these bigger projects, would it be helpful to have that information out at the outset? Because what ends up happening is there's an information void, and you have people that live in the area that are professional engineers and are giving you their opinions as an engineer on it, even though they're obviously biased because it's their project, and no one would ever hire them to give it an engineering opinion because of their bias in the first place. But I'm wondering, is that something, would that be more of a hindrance? Would that help? So those are sort of my two questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Let me take the first one first. I will reinforce the numbers that you just mentioned. It is disconcerting. It's the lowest number of commercial permits we've had in 15 years in St. Tammany Parish. We know that there are serious process protocol issues. Business, as you know, as many of you all know, it's about reliability, clear, consistent communication. It's been my experience as a practitioner for almost 20 years now that I've never had a project or a business want to bypass, ask for exceptions. All they want is the clear roadmap. And to your point, Councilman Davis, this is really about what this issue is about right here. It's about the ability to find a pathway forward in a process that is broken, and it's difficult to do that. There are serious issues inside the Planning and Development Department. That is no secret. And we're working to bring those things to light. That's the biggest spotlight that has been put on this issue as it relates to the Medline project. As we've been doing our after action report, it is a consistent theme. And it is about getting a process in place and being able to work through that process. What does it take to make sure we're following the rules, that we have clear and consistent communication, we have the appropriate technical assistance that has not been provided, and that we recognize what we're trying to get to. No time have I ever seen a business, including this example with Medline, that was trying to bypass a certain process. It's actually the exact opposite. I've never worked with a project that was willing to go so far above and beyond the established current policy just to demonstrate what they were trying to do to meet the existing requirements. That is what's really confusing to businesses that are watching this process and seeing what Medline has been willing to do to get through the zoning and the permitting process, to work with the parish, to work with the professional staff, to go, here's where we are. we've got our research, we've got our engineering, here's where you want us to be, we're trying to get there. But that's not what this was about. Medline is the victim of some unfortunate circumstances, and that's where we are. So we need to move forward. We need to put things in place where it doesn't happen again. The code rewrite is very important. And I can tell you, Chairman, thank you very much for your leadership on that. President Cooper has been committed. We're getting through that process. We're going to see a major difference once that is implemented. It will change a lot. It will have a huge impact. We actually support President Cooper's reorg. We think that will help dramatically in the process, particularly as it relates to economic development projects. But Councilman Airy, it is real. Those numbers are real. And there are other external factors as well. The economy is in a different situation than it was before January. We are seeing that. 57% of the revenues are down as it relates to businesses, particularly small businesses. It is having an impact to that. On the second part of what you had mentioned, the key is that we're working with the rules that we have right now. And they've been going through that process step by step, following every instruction that had been communicated to them by the professional staff of planning and development. They have been following those rules to a T and then some. But we have a breakdown. If we want new things added, if we want to change that process, and I know that we've been talking about ways to do that, then let's change it. But don't change the rules in the middle of the process.
Thank you. Mr. Dean?
Yes, sir. Thank you. This is, I hit my lights twice and then kind of went back off, but something that Mr. Airy said, and then certainly Mr. Jimmy Davis said, very inspirational to me. Just a few things that you all said. I'm from the North Mississippi, the Delta of Mississippi. There were some very thriving towns up there. They are no longer thriving. The one industry that they had, mainly farming, is kind of gone. So it just literally all boarded up and all that. It's a real very sad thing. So Jake, what you were saying kind of resonated with me. As I was on the City Council of Covington for 8 years. I've been on this parish council for 16, going on 20. So I know what it's like, and I guess I'm telling everybody who's new to this council and this new administration, and I promise you I don't mean to sound preachy. That is not where I'm going with this. But I know what it's like when I first got on. Who knows how many subdivisions we had come here in District 1. I don't know, I've lost count. But I remember trying to please every one of them. And even though, like, if here's a subdivision and all the residents know we just want one way in and one way out, that's not smart. It's not smart planning, but we allowed it to please those folks. All right. What works best is like the City of Covington, where you got a grid system where you can kind of go. But we made those decisions multiple times in subdivisions, and I think the danger that we get into is that we get so caught up in trying to please somebody, that we shoot ourselves in the foot. We really do. And I get it. I mean, believe me, I get when you hear 1 million square feet, it just panics you. But then when you start kind of thinking about it, can this work? As everyone else has said, we need to figure out a way to make this work. Can it work? Yes, it can. Sure it can. I mean, we got St. Tammany Hospital is 600,000 square feet, right dead in the middle of the City of Covington. So we can make things work. It just we got to make some unpopular decisions. And to me, that's what being a responsible leader is, and being a responsible representative of the people is. This will be good for this area for many decades to come. And not to mention to bring other things. So I'm going to wrap it up there, but I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dan. Ms. O'Brien?
Chris, can you refresh my memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Exactly how many Fortune 500 companies do we have in St. Tammany?
I want to say 2, Jake. 3.
3.
Council, as you all may remember, Jake Nickens, part of our professional staff, nationally certified economic development finance professional, master's practitioner from the University of Southern Mississippi.
Okay, so percentage-wise of the total businesses, that's extremely small.
That is correct.
It's just another point at, this is an unusual and rare opportunity that we have in St. Tammany Parish. It needs to be given its due diligence, for sure.
Yes, ma'am. We have about 10,000 businesses, if you just want a head count.
10,000,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, and 3 are Fortune 500.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep this brief as well. I know I've been very contemplative about this project, and the major question I get throughout my district and across the parish is why do we pay so much in taxes? Well, I don't think our taxes are going to go down, even though I'd like to see that personally, and I think everybody else would. But what do the taxes do? Well, they meet the demands of you, our constituents. Along with the taxes we pay, more and more demands come in for what the things that we do at parish government. So where does the revenue come from? Well, I know many people that say they would vote for a new tax under no circumstances. I hear that. So how do we mitigate the gap between the demands for what government does and the increase that we would request in taxes that nobody wants to pay? Well, the answer seems to be somewhat apparent, doesn't it? We need businesses to catch up the slack, to take that increased burden off of our residents and add significant revenue to maybe preclude the request for a new tax. None of us up here think about these things lightly. My duty, I think that was mentioned someplace. I take that seriously. As a private citizen, living up there in Barker's Corner, certainly my first concept of duty was to protect my family and my backyard and everything around it close to me, and I understand that fully. As a representative of the parish, my duty transcends that. I feel responsible for the 20,000 people in my district, 240,000 plus people in the parish. It's not a personal duty. It's a governmental duty. I don't consider myself a politician. I consider myself a servant, and I take that seriously. So to finish that discussion, the money's got to come from someplace. If we've got a good company willing to contribute to the parish, even though I know that in the localized area around the company, there's opposition, what is our duty? Is it a duty to the parish, to our children? Or is it a duty that says, I would rather this just stay a wooded area because I like it? I like them too. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Chris, I don't see
Yes, sir.
anybody in the queue. I want to, once again, I just want to thank you. I know your position is the easiest way to say what I'm saying. But I'm proud, and I know, first time I met you, I know you were going to give it your all for St. Tammany Parish. And you put yourself, you've come out here as we requested, and I have never heard this many people at a council meeting say something on one subject. And I hadn't been here 40 years like Mr. Stefanczyk or Mr. Bender. But on a serious note, I just want to say thank you. I know you'll continue what you're doing. You have the full backing of this council because of what you're doing. And we need to get more companies. And I'll just leave it at that, and I may have something else to say, depending. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We take our,
Mr. President?
thank you. Thank you. It's great to have an opportunity to address members of the city, excuse me, members of the Parish Council, and those who have come to the podium earlier, Mr. Massengale, Mr. Meyer of the Chamber, Mr. Schwest of CLECO, and also a member of the Business Council. It'll be impossible to respond to each and every remark that was made. But I can say this. I am in full support of economic development in St. Tammany Parish. I'm in full support of bringing business and commerce to St. Tammany Parish. Remarks were made regarding processes, policies, codes, ordinances. I recognize that. I recognized that before I took office. I recognize that upon taking office. We do have codes and ordinances that are antiquated, that are inconsistent, that are contrary, and need to be addressed if we are going to streamline and make our processes more efficient. We're committed to doing that. I'm in my 10th month of office. We have new members of administration at the CAO position, planning and development, Homeland Security, emergency preparedness, animal services, but we're all working together to determine what we can do to better serve our citizens, our business communities, and to make it easier to do business with St. Tammany Parish. And the codes and ordinances that were addressed for this project, for the Piggly Wiggly project, for the Popeyes, are the codes and ordinances that we're dealing with right now. I submit that it's not the personalities, the people, this person, or anybody else in this administration that is purposely wanting to discourage business and industry and commerce in our parish. With regards to restructuring, that is so very important that the building permit process is in the permit and building permit department. It is not like that now. And I've encouraged our parish council, which tonight that is on the table, to adopt that ordinance that will allow us to do that. It will take many of the permitting processes out of planning and development to the building permit office under the building permit director, who is a certified building official. And the planning and development will concentrate on planning and Development. And the Engineering Department, which is under the Public Works Department, it's a sub-department in Public Works, will be moved, with your approval of the ordinance tonight, as its own department, led by the parish engineer, who has great input not only in these types of projects, but in development projects as well. And the engineers that are in development and the engineers that are in public works are going to be under one umbrella, under the parish engineer, so that we can be more efficient and effective. So I'm standing here tonight to tell you that we are addressing the permitting process to make it more efficient for our citizens, the regular citizens in your districts, our districts, that need to get a building permit, that need an addition, or whether it be the commercial and industrial and warehouse that want to get permits. With regards to what are we going to do to attract business and industry to St. Tammany Parish? We are behind the curve. We do not have the infrastructure. We do not have water and sewage utilities throughout our parish. We need to do what CLECO and other power utility companies are doing to expand their utilities so that we can attract business and industry. We don't have that with water and sewage. We're working toward that end, and I've been working on that for the past 10 months. That is a prime goal of mine, as it is with my administration, to provide the water and sewer utilities. It's a goal to provide roadway and transportation infrastructure as well. It's my goal to continue to work with Chris Massengill and St. Tammany Corp., as we have been throughout this project and throughout other projects that we can't talk about right now because of a non-disclosure agreement. But we do have projects in the pipeline, not at the same scope or impact that Medline will have, but we have projects in the pipeline. And I'm confident that we'll continue to have development in commercial and industry in our parish. But we need to provide infrastructure, utilities, and zoning. Zoning in advance. Zoning in advance so that site selectors know that we have AML zoning along I-12 and I-10 and other areas. Let's plan for that now. That's what our comprehensive plan is going to do. We have initiated a comprehensive plan that's going to take 18 months. That's going to involve our citizens, our business community, our parish council members and their appointees that represent you in different disciplines in your districts and are going to represent me. That's what's going to help us move forward in proper growth in the future. So I'm here to say that I am confident and I have a positive outlook on St. Tammany Parish. I'm not doom and gloom. Together, we can work together to continue to bring growth, proper growth, to St. Tammany. I know I haven't addressed everything, but I'll be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
I think, yes, sir, I think you'll have a few, and I have a few, but I'll go to Ms. Casabon first.
Thank you. Mike, I'm new to this council, but I'm not new to the process, being on the planning and zoning for over 25 years. I want to address this project. We all know that Medline is a great project, Fortune 500. I want to discuss the process in which you're saying, and you are totally right, there are so many things that we need to change with the ordinances, when things are presented. Back when St. Tammany was kind of a blank slate, we asked the developer to give us a tentative plan, but we didn't need to look at the traffic or the drainage until tentative, but now we know those things need to be addressed now. What I am concerned about for this parish is the fact that this company went through, I have some questions on how did we get to this point? If this developer followed the ordinances that we have in place now, they presented plans to our engineers. They were approved by engineers. And something I used to tell people all the time in planning and zoning when something came up is that what was presented was a drainage plan that the least they had to do was a 25% less reduction in runoff on the surrounding properties. I understand, correct me at any point that I may be misstating, but our engineers approved a plan that stated this, that the company or developer, did these things, and including, if I'm not mistaken, probably more than a 25% runoff because of the size of the property. We have to do all that before the work order is presented. I don't understand in our process, what tool did y'all use to determine that these wetlands would flood other areas and this permit would not be permitted? That's one of my questions, is how did you determine that? We weren't privy to the information or the letters. We had some correspondence back and forth, but at no point, and like I said, being on planning and zoning for so many years, and a company go through the total process until they get here, and then the permit department denied a tree clearing permit. So how did y'all determine that?
I do not have the details of the case. I didn't come here tonight to discuss the details of this particular case, and I may take this opportunity to say that while I have not been yet served, I do understand that a lawsuit has been filed appealing the decision of the Board of Adjustments regarding this case, and I'm sure all those details will come out during the course of that suit and in that case.
That's my point.
So I'm not here to discuss the case.
We've got to that point. We should not be at that point. I don't understand, as a council person, I wasn't on the council at the time. I wasn't even on planning and zoning at the time because I had resigned, but had followed the case and stuff. So that's what I'm just confused. How did we get to this point? And is there anything that we can do to move forward on this without the litigation and stuff? Is it, like Jimmy said, is there anything that you are so concerned about that you did not issue that permit that we can compromise and see what it would be? And let it be. I understand, the concerns of the people. This is, like everybody said, this is part of the job. It is so hard because you want to please everybody, but you have to take in consideration. And then and in the cases that came up, you have to take the engineers and all the people that have the degrees and stuff, and by faith go, okay, they said this is going to happen, this is good, they've got the permit, they've done everything, and we go forward with it. Is there any way we can go forward with this project?
I agree that we need to look at the processes, the policies, the codes, the ordinances, so that we can prevent this from happening.
But how, I mean, these are the ones that are in place now, and we have to work with what was in place now. So we're, like Chris said, we are, we have, I just don't understand how we can have written laws and they follow it, and I don't understand why it was turned down, I guess is what I'm trying to ask and figure out.
Right, and I don't have the details of the case in front of me, Martha. And as I said, there is a pending lawsuit. I haven't read the lawsuit. I have no idea what the lawsuit includes.
But you know what the Board of Adjustments did? I mean, they turned it down, but I don't understand why it was even sent to the Board of Adjustments. Why did we, I don't understand how we got to the point of the Board of Adjustments.
I don't have the details of the case to expound on that. I brought a couple of notes.
I know.
I don't have the case, and it's getting ready to go to court, so I'm not even sure what was included in the lawsuit that's going to court. Mr. Chairman?
Well,
Yes, Mike, and members of the council, on that subject, I agree 100%. We have to be very careful on the scope of what we're discussing. There's a lot of other ways to discuss, and I understand exactly what Ms. Casabon's getting at. But there's about 7 people ahead of me, and I don't want to use my chair to come out and say what I want to say right now, but I will at the very end. So.
well, I just feel like I am part of this council. I am part of that lawsuit now, and I don't know how I got to that point, is what I'm trying to say. And that's, you know, I saw the litigation was coming up. How did we get to this point, and why? You might have a perfectly wonderful reason for doing what, you know, denying the permit, but as a council, I don't know if anybody here has seen it, why it was denied. And that's where I'm coming from, is that I see that we are, as a parish and councilman, in a lawsuit, and I don't understand why. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Mr. Bender.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Parish President, thank you. I'm going to be direct like Ms. Casborn, and what I'm going to say will not have a bearing on a lawsuit. So I want to be clear about that up front.
Very good.
Yes. To start off, I want to say, like Mr. Dean, when he was on the Covington City Council, I was on the Slidell City Council. And he and I both took the oath of office the same day to the St. Tammany Parish Council. Like Mr. Dean, I worked with 2 different mayors on the Slidell City Council, and you're the 3rd parish president that I've had the opportunity to work with. So, Mr. Parish President, I mean this in the best of way. The comments that you made, I appreciate. They're more your vision of going ahead. However, I have to say, this parish government worked fine under President Davis. And this parish government worked fine under President Brister. And I hope that it's going to work fine under you. We did come here to speak about Medline. We are prepared to speak about Medline. And I'm disappointed that you're not prepared to speak about that Medline. That's what all the business people are here for. And to believe that this was not going to be a topic, this is what I say, Mr. Parish President, and I wish the best for you and for us working together. I am not speaking in a doomsday manner. I'm speaking in a manner that might be considered constructive criticism, no matter who it might be. I will tell you this, not one of us up here that is served in private industry. Not one of us who's been a senior manager, and I know we have a number of us that have been, of a company. In order to get something like Medline done, the senior manager has to be involved. Never in my career, and I know true of Mr. Dean when he's run healthcare organizations and so forth, if you would ask him, Mr. Fitzgerald, others, none of my department directors that were under me, they knew you do not have the right to lose business without coming to speak to me. Perhaps I can be helpful. You do not have the right to lose existing businesses without coming to me. Perhaps I can be helpful. This council passed in November of 2019 the zoning ability for Medline to come to fruition. And we are now 12 months, okay? And excuse me for saying this, Mr. Parish President, you just told us what's been broken and what is broken. There's reasons for these different things, but let me just say this. 10 months in, I got a call from a developer 2 weeks ago saying, I have X number of permits in for 7 weeks, and I can't get one of them approved. Now, let me add what this person said. Jerry, I have never, ever, ever seen it like this. So, is that true or not true? I don't know, but it's a point that needs to be raised. Mr. Mazengill said, not Mr. Weiner, Mr. Mazengill said, the Tammany Corporation official that we all rely on, he said that Medline met every single item that was presented from our planning department. If I could, Mr. Chairman, by just a shake of the head, have I said that correctly, Mr. Mazengill? I have?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, if that's the case, let me add to what Ms. Casabon was trying to get to. Why, then, did it go to the Board of Adjustments? Why, Ms. Chairman, when I'm finished, believe me, I'll be happy to hear your responses. Those of us on the council, believe me, we've been paying attention. Okay? We are prepared. We've been paying attention because Medline became part of a political campaign. Medline was named by name as part of a political campaign. The connection to different things was named as part of a political campaign, not 255,000 members of St. Tammany Parish. And I can tell you, Mr. Parish President, my constituents, which are also your constituents, are not happy. Right now, our number one, and it's been this way for a long time, our number one employer is home building and commercial construction in this parish. Next, hospitals. Next, St. Tammany School System. Next, Sheriff's Department. Next, parish government, Slidell, Mandeville, Covington, et cetera, other cities. So now, our grandchildren, not us sitting here in the audience, I'm upset because I'm talking about our children, for those of us who are younger in this audience, our grandchildren, for those of us who are older in this audience. This was an opportunity and is an opportunity for a new day, which is I respect you. You said you want to get to a new day. You're telling us everything that's broken, but part of what's broken was why this didn't get to where we don't flood the people in the Covington area. I didn't want to flood the people in the Covington area, but I want Medline too. Now, I can tell you this. Government has an obligation to be a part of the solution, not to be a part of just the approval or denial process. I guess denial is easy. Solutions can be hard, but that's the way we get things done, and that's the way we change the future. We change the present, we change the future. Medline could have been the start, and can be the start, of bringing other big companies in here because they go out there and they talk so well of St. Tammany Parish. That's not the road we're on. So, Mr. Parish President, going forward, I would suggest this, and I say this as an elected official colleague. I mean no harm by it. As Parish President, with the Medline out there, sir, you have to be the person that provides the solution that these people are not flooded and yet Medline gets built. That requires thinking outside the box. That does not require the Board of Adjustments. It does not require what I heard, which is, you all should deny this because my planning and development department worked hard. That's what was said. Worked hard on this.
Jared, that may be in the suit. I wouldn't go in that direction.
All right, let me stop there. My point is, it's got to be solution-oriented. For all of us on the Parish Council, there's not one major project that's ever occurred in my city council district or my parish council district that I didn't get involved in a positive way. Not to tell any department what they need to do, to be helpful. And I'm sure my colleagues have been the same. So I wish you the best going forward, but I think going forward has to begin today. I would say to the chairman and to Mr. Toledano, our vice chairman, and respectfully to Mr. Dean, whose district this is in, but it's a global project. I would be willing to be a part of a council work group that would meet with the parish president to try to turn Medline around. At the same time, preventing flooding. In my parish council district that used to be my city council district, we put pumps in over the years. There are drainage districts that we use. I have 3 beautiful subdivisions built at sea level with levee protection that did not flood during Katrina. Right there on the lake, didn't flood. My point is, and Mr. Davis knows this as an engineer, when it comes to engineering and discussing with the developer and discussing with our planning department what's possible and how do we reach the solutions, anything can be accomplished with proper engineering and discussion. And Mr. Parish President, I agree with Ms. Casabon, this should have never got to Board of Adjustments, but thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Mike.
And thanks each and every parish councilman here this evening. I understand your concern, and I'm not here prepared to talk about the case, particularly because
we're not going to do that, Mike. We're not going to talk about the case.
It's
okay?
being brought up where I'm not able to respond.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Parish President, and I want you to be very clear about this. I'm wishing you all the best.
Oh, thank you.
We're going to.
Thank you. Thank all of you, seriously.
Well, I mean, sir, I think we all feel that way. We want to see us succeed together. but it's not a joke. The fact of the matter is, forget about court. That's what Ms. Casbon was saying. We don't need to be there. We need solutions coming from the top to say, how do we keep both? No flooding. Do we need an additional retention pond? Has that been presented to Medline and developers? If the answer is no, it needed to be. This is not about no responses because of a court case.
Okay,
This-
thank you, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mike Smith, want to make it a little short, please?
Sure. Thanks, Jerry.
Michael, if you want to sit down, you can sit down, you know.
I would like to take a quick aside and say, for people that are for this project and people that are against this project, everybody's here for one reason. They have their self-interest at heart, but they also have the interest of the parish at heart. There's not anyone in here that doesn't want to do the right thing according to what they think is the right thing. That includes all of us that are elected and everyone who's here, because we're actually getting paid, not much. You're not, but thank you. Okay. I'm assuming, it's an ambitious project that you're undertaking. I applaud you for doing it, for your master planning project, which you state hopefully will be 18 months. And I'm assuming during that period that there will not be a moratorium on development. So if there's not, then I'm assuming also that we're going to continue to operate under the rules and regulations that we have now. Would that be correct?
Well, we're in the process of reviewing rules and regulations that we have, and there may be some short-term offerings coming to the parish council to make changes, particularly as it regards to codes with development or codes with permitting.
Okay.
But the overall comprehensive plan will be more inclusive of land use, transportation, public facilities, and how we want our parish to grow for the next 20 years and beyond.
Okay. My next question is, we've both been on 10 months. You praise your team. I've been working with the engineers, the Barnes. They're a great bunch. I'm 100% with you on that, okay? So do you have confidence? Let's say Medline goes forward. Let's say that it does. Do you have confidence that the engineering and your drainage people can handle, you know, any kind of planning or reviews that come up and adjust to any kind of thing that they find out there that somehow doesn't pass muster and needs to be fixed? Do you have confidence in that
I have confidence
department?
in my engineers, my
Okay.
planning and development, human resources,
Okay.
finance, all of our departments.
Okay. And I note that a lot of these engineers, they're the same ones that were working on this project in the last administration, that were bringing this along in the last administration as well, okay? And they approved, they signed off on this. And the council, there was a lot of debate on this, public debate. It was well known. It was an issue, quite a public issue during the campaigns that we all ran on, okay? And we thought that this was a finished thing, but apparently it's not. So you weren't convinced by the arguments entirely then that went on about the viability of the project. Would that be fair?
I don't understand the question, sir.
All of the
Mike, I wouldn't get into that advice or leave.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Canulet?
All right, Mr. Cooper. So I'm disappointed, but I'm not surprised. And kind of where we're at with this. But let me say this. I think most employers in the industry, if you gave someone 10 months to get something done and they didn't do it, they would probably be fired. I don't think most companies have patience of 10 months on waiting on stuff, getting things done. That's what you do when you get into your job, is to get things done. My boss, when she tells me something, if I tell her it can't be done, she says, well, you need to find a way to safely do it. And you don't have 10 months. You have 2 hours. That's just kind of how it works. I'm very disappointed when I look at this. Here's our budget. Here's our shortfall right here, right there. Just got to get a permit, get it going. So let me say this. So I understand that everyone of this gets getting kind of eerie and getting kind of irritated, and this is getting kind of touchy. But I know this, when I have problems with employees, I send them in a room and they don't come out till it's resolved. And if that's not resolved, we go see HR and someone loses their job. There's a guy right there. You're right here. Chris is right here. There's a room right there. Let's go get this thing resolved. Let's not wait. That's what everyone's telling you. Get this thing resolved. We don't have to go to court. Because I'm going to be honest with you. I was here for the Oak Harbor debacle. We lost horribly. And for everything I've seen so far in this case, we're going to lose horribly again in a budget that's already strapped for money.
Chris.
I'm done.
I know Mr. Toledano's an attorney, and he's not going to go in any direction like that. So you go right ahead, Mr. Toledano.
Thank you very much. I've listened to this for a long time. Mr. Lorino and I have spent many, many hours, along with Mr. Dean and some of these other members of this council, trying to balance what I call the equities in this case. And I'm going to say this first off. Number one is, it is unconscionable, in my view, that this case would ever be settled in a courtroom. I think that is absolutely the most irresponsible thing that could occur in this case. And I even feel bad for any party who has had to file a lawsuit in this, because that is not what should happen here. Now, many, many years ago, I was one of the 5 individuals who started the original nonprofit Economic Development Corporation. And the reason why we started that was because we realized that the metric growth of St. Tammany Parish, if it is going to be still the best place in Louisiana to live, needed good, sound business and industry. Not stuff that is unclean or environmentally irresponsible, but we needed corporate-type employers to keep our children here. And that was our theme, because otherwise they're gone. And that's how this whole thing started, of which now we've got probably one of the best economic development directors in this state or in the South, along with gentlemen like one of his team members and all of them. We're very fortunate. It is almost unbelievable to me that we would do nothing but to support this guy. And if we don't want to support him, we ought to close the damn department down. But here's what needs to be done, in my view. Because this is a unique situation. The perception, if not the reality, is government is opposing this project. And I say to you, President Cooper, respectfully, and everybody in this administration, that if there is not a way for us to solve this problem, we ought to close our government too. This is a massive piece of property. It is a large building, no question about it. But can we accommodate the drainage issues and the traffic issues? Absolutely, yes. And I would not be fair to myself if I didn't mention, I hear some of the same rhetoric about people opposing an east-west corridor in St. Tammany Parish. That is the most asinine, pardon me, thing that I can think of. Because if there's anything we need in St. Tammany Parish, is east-west corridors. We need them desperately. But you know what? I think the east-west corridor of the extension of Oshner Boulevard got tied into this project. That's ridiculous. There's plenty of ways to solve this. I've suggested one to you and many other people. You could extend the doggone service road, be that as it may.
All right, we don't go there, Mike.
Okay.
I
All right.
gotta be
I'm sorry, but I'm going to finish. Now, if we don't find a way to do this, or to get to the point where we know it really can't be done, I think we have violated our oath of office to every citizen in this community. And that's the way I believe it should be done. I don't believe it's been done that way to this date. I think the amount of economic loss that has been demonstrated by Mr. Massagill, and it's a multiplier, because all you do is you measure it in money over time, and it's going to be much more than that. I think we all, yourself, the administration, us as councilmen, have a responsibility to say, we're going to go back to the drawing board on this. The nice lady in the back, Ms. Wagner, I heard at different times argue about drainage and other issues. Well, you know what? We need to recognize that, but I know it can be solved. I heard her argue about traffic. We need to recognize that. But I'm real confident that we've got the intelligence and the staff and the ability to solve those problems. I believe we have an opportunity to solve all these problems. I do believe, as someone said, that yourself is the head of this community. You are the face of this community. And I believe that it's your responsibility, respectfully, to figure out a way to solve a problem. Now, I sat in some meetings with regard to this, so I'm just shocked that it got to this point. But I think we all have to sit back and say, you know what? Maybe we didn't quite handle this one correctly. And accept the responsibility that goes along with that and say, we're going to call time out and we're going to figure out a way to make it work, because I believe it can be worked. And to that extent, and again, saying to you that it is embarrassing that we have to settle this case in a courthouse. And I'm a lawyer. I make money off of litigation. So I should really like this, but I'm not getting paid on this particular case, you know. But here's what I think is going to make everybody's job easier. Mr. Lorino, our chairman, I would propose this resolution, that the administration be directed to meet again with the parties in interest, including the Medline people, including whatever company owns this property. I hear Mr. Wayner's name mentioned, but I don't know if he owns it or he's a part of something. Doesn't make any difference to me. But they'd be directed to sit down, put out on the table where the impediments are, and to work for a solution, not work to dissolve the issue and send them down the road. Because in all due respect to us, but to the company, and I don't know if there's a company represented here or not, it's not for us to say, look, buddy, you got to go put this on 1088 or 1035 or whatever the heck place it is. This is America. They can say, we'd like to be here. In this particular case, they say they'd like to be here, and we want to comply with all your requirements. So I say that our responsibility is to give them a chance to do that. So my resolution specifically is that our administration be directed to reopen meeting or conference with the developers and any party at interest and sit down and try to reach some solution in this, and to report back to us as a council, because this council has a vested interest in this thing. Because the reality is the amount of tax dollars that will be lost when we're looking down the line of these, we're living on fund balances today. President Cooper knows this. I almost called him Mayor Cooper, just like Ms. Tanner did, because of respect for your dad. But we all know that these fund balances are going to run out, and they start running out in 2021. So we doggone well better find a solution. And this is not the time for us to send these guys packing to Tangible Old Parish or wherever the heck else they might go. We've got an opportunity to do something that is unique in this community. I would respectfully suggest to you that if I ask the people in this audience to raise their hand and say, how many of y'all know that Medline is already in St. Tammany Parish right on the interstate? Quite frankly, I didn't know myself until someone told me about it. What I'm saying is, to me, they're a good corporate citizen. They don't make a lot of noise. They don't create pollution. They don't do these things. Ms. Wagner, again, in a very strong way, says, but there's a drainage problem. Well, the answer is, let's figure out a way to solve the drainage problem.
All right.
So with that having been said, I offer my resolution.
Okay, I'd like to, if you don't mind, I'd like to comment on it, and I agree with you, okay? But I really don't think we need a resolution, and let me tell you why. As I said a few minutes ago, I have never seen the council so adamant about something that has happened and the procedure that is perceived to have happened. Okay? That's a bad image on the president. It's a terrible image on this council. It's a terrible thing. I can't go into the things that I saw, and I won't. But I will say this, and I'm going to look at you, President Cooper, because you're the president. You can't stand still, and you can't go back. You can only go forward. Somebody taught me that a long time ago, back in 1984, when I had a tragedy. And I still abide by those 3 words. Now, what does that mean, what we're talking about? We can't go back and change what was done. We can stand still and end up in court, or we can go forward and say, as what you said a few minutes ago, St. Tammany team, St. Tammany, not an area in St. Tammany. I believe we can get in a room, and if you have faith, and I've been listening to everything everybody said in this room, if you have faith in your planning department, in your engineers, by golly, we should be able to sit in a room at St. Tammany Parish and try to work that out. And if we can't work it out, it would be so much better to come to this council, and I could sit here and look at you, and you could sit here and look at me, and we could say we had our ass in a room and we couldn't figure anything out because it just doesn't fit. But right now, tonight, we don't know that. The perception is it doesn't fit because of a certain group. So let's put the engineering, let's get them together, let's get planning and zoning, let's get Medline, and we don't have to go to court. We can always drop a case, and you and I both know that. And if we're going to do good for St. Tammany Parish, going forward, not backward, going forward, that's the action I believe we need to take. And I don't need a resolution to say what I just said, even though I understand where Mr. Taladano is coming from. And I know you very well. You and I have been working together. We've had our issues, but we look at each other when we finish and we move on. And I know your heart is there. And I believe St. Tammany Parish, we should be able to sit in that room, Mike, and try to figure this thing out. And if we can't, we can't. I'd rather lose it. Or it's still in court on another issue, whether this council did something wrong. And you know what? If this council did something wrong, then let's lose it that way. If I made a mistake, I'm a big boy. I voted for it. But I just have a hard time, and it's evident that the people here on this council and the people that have come forward and said their concerns have the same feeling. And I know this is hard, but I told you this is something, you know, when we discuss these things, sometimes you think because I'm chairman, it's me. It's not me. I only listen to these people, and they advise me what they want to do. So I wouldn't vote for the resolution, but I believe in it, and I'm just going to leave it at that. And I see Mr. Stefanczyk wanted to say something, and I hope maybe tomorrow morning or next week you and I can sit down and finish what I just talked about.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Stefanczyk.
I'm gonna make mine brief as compared to everybody else. Because I want to get out of here before 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. As long as I understand where we are going, and it sounds good with a lot of the projections for the future. And I know Mike is looking at redoing some stuff and looking over all the planning and everything else. He's putting together a committee that's going to look at all these things and see what's good for the parish. I want to remind y'all that I did start in New Directions 2025 in 1996, and it took us 2 years, actually a little over 2 years, to complete that process. If we wait 2 years, or even the 18 months he says is going to be that they report, there won't be another Medline or any other project that will bring jobs to St. Tammany Parish. And all I can say is God help us, because it doesn't look like you're going to. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Stefanczyk, I'm going to skip Mr. Lorino for the moment he stepped out. Mr. Dean?
Okay. I don't know, is it on? Okay. I just wanted, just real quick, I wanted to remind the people, those of you who were here 15 years ago or so, when the Medline project first came up, it was vehemently opposed. The issues were too many trucks, too many bays. They didn't like, the residents in the area didn't like that the bays were pointing toward the interstate. They didn't want to see the bays. They counted the bays. They drove to the Walmart place over there, and Robert counted those bays, came back, counted the bays at this, and we have not. They've been probably one of the best corporate folks that we've had, I know, in my district. But this Medline that's out there now, the 200,000 square foot one that has caused zero problems, was vehemently opposed.
Don't forget how it was going to ruin property values.
It was going to ruin property values.
Thank you.
That was the very first development going down, what's the name of where Soche is, down that?
Camellia, New Camellia.
Yeah. So anyway, it was vehemently opposed.
I believe the property values are okay.
Mr. Dean, thank you very much. Ms. Casabon has another comment.
Yes, I remember that those years vehemently, because that's when I think that we began having the community meetings where everybody could sit down and talk, and the developer would talk and stuff, but it was very opposed to, and like I said, now people didn't even know that it was there, the way they functioned, and I used that area a lot, not maybe daily, but at least 3 or 4 times a week, and I don't think I've ever seen a truck leave that place. Their hours are different, I guess, than when I'm saying rush hour traffic and stuff, and I think that's how they function, is that they make sure that they're not in that area. So, but yes, you're correct. It was a lot of meetings on that, on planning and zoning.
Ms. Casabon, thank you very much. Seeing no other members of the council in the queue, does President Cooper have anything further to say?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
want to thank each and every one of you for your constructive comments. I want to assure you that I am moving forward. I have been moving forward each and every day since I've taken office to do what's best for St. Tammany Parish. I will continue to do so. Will continue to work with our departments. I will continue to work with each and every one of you. I know that many of you have worked with our department heads with issues in your districts, and they have served you. My commitment is to continue to do so, particularly for economic development. I want to assure our citizens, I want to assure our business community, the North Shore Business Council, the St. Tammany Chamber, and all of the entities and companies that depend on us to provide services, that you've got my commitment moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Okay, we might have one more to go. All righty, we'll go to number 2. Discussion by Mr. Jeff Shane relative to the construction of Louisiana 1077 to LA 21 Connector Road. Jeff, what we're going to do on this, I'm going to have 5 minutes for you, sir. Ms. Nancy Wagner's going to have 5 minutes, and then we'll have some cards to talk about it, and then the council will do that, okay?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Before we get started, Ms. Wagner? Ms. Wagner? Yes? Did you give me your list with the ones that you want, in order that you want, ma'am, like you said? I'm sorry, ma'am? Okay. Is that, there, I got him, she had him over there, thank you. All righty. Okay, Jeff, the floor is yours for 5 minutes, sir. Would you please start the clock? And I'm gonna stick very close to the clock because it's very late. When the bell goes off, everybody's finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Council, President Cooper, and certainly all of the citizens of St. Tammany Parish that are here this evening or perhaps watching on TV, listening at home. This matter comes to you tonight because I requested to place this matter on the agenda on October 6th. Lucky me, little did I know the item that would be before me and a resolution or two that may come after this. I don't say that to complain. I say that to make it clear that for me and my client, this issue I bring is paramount and important. And the elephant in the room, Medline, is not a part of what my discussion is all about. I represent MVA Holdings LLC, and as you can see on the map before you or on the screens, they own and are developing a 6-acre parcel at the southwestern corner where Oshna Boulevard roundabout is located. They are currently in the process of building a 78,000 square foot building that will house 300 employees, and the project value is $25 million. This is not somebody we're hoping to retain. This is not somebody we're hoping to recruit. This is not somebody that might be in litigation or needs to go to the BOA. This is a building that might be open in about 60 to 90 days. So why do I come before you? When my client made a decision to purchase a property and develop this site, we did our due diligence and understood that for decades there had been talk of an east-west connector at this location. In fact, we confirmed that the Connector Road project that would connect Louisiana Highway 1077 and Louisiana Highway 21 was a line item in the 2020 capital budget in the amount of $9,531,000 to be supported by District 3 bond funds. We also knew that St. Tammany Parish had spent nearly $3 million in right-of-way acquisition, engineering, wetlands, etc. The road hasn't been built, and as I see it, there's no evidence that the road will be built. Due to our frustration, I went and visited
with President Cooper 2 months ago, one-on-one. Coming out of that meeting, it was my impression that it was uncertain and perhaps unlikely that the road would be built. We have a clear difference of opinion as to whether or not this road should be built. I have researched the legal issue, in particular Section 309 of your charter, which states that the president, as the chief executive officer of parish government, shall have the following duties, which includes the signing of contracts for projects specifically identified in the approved capital improvement budget. There are similar cases where the Louisiana Attorney General has opined that it is the duty of the parish president to implement line items in a capital budget that become ordinance and part of law. There's also Louisiana case law that supports that as well. It's my understanding that the project's ready to go out to bid. The Corps of Engineers has blessed it, issued a permit that's been sitting in the parish president's office for approximately 2 months. Apparently, they're satisfied with the wetlands issues and the drainage issues. It's my understanding that the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development has tendered a cooperative endeavor agreement, which will allow for the construction of the road and the connection to Louisiana Highway 1077. Apparently, they believe it's a good thing. It's one that doesn't question or compromise safety and will provide many and numerous benefits. So as my time evaporates before me, I respectfully request that St. Tammany Parish government, which I think is all, take the necessary steps, and in particular, that President Cooper execute the cooperative endeavor agreement, execute the wetlands permit, and get this project in a position to go out for bid. I heard something really interesting this evening, and this shouldn't take but 30 seconds if the chair will so allow.
You go ahead.
And I certainly would want anyone else speaking on this subject to have the same benefit. Don't want it as an advantage. I am delighted to hear you say tonight, and I quote, "I am fully supportive of economic development in St. Tammany Parish." And I also heard you say that we're behind the curve and we need more infrastructure. Well, if that really is the case, there is an opportunity in your hands. Please move forward and get this connector road built. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. And I neglected to read something that I wanted to read in the beginning. I received an email challenging whether or not Jeff can speak on this topic. I just want to read what our legal department gave me. I didn't write it. I'd like to advise that Mr. Shane is here on his behalf of his client's firm and does not represent the parish council or parish government in any way. His clients are not involved in any litigation with the parish related to the 1077 Connector Road project. Representatives from the district attorney's office are present here tonight to advise the council and parish government on this. Any matters come forward. I just wanted to make sure that I read that and we took care of that. Ms. Wagner?
Thank you, everyone. I want to thank Mr. Toledano for what he said about if the traffic and drainage issues had been addressed earlier on, all these other problems might not have happened. And I believe the same very important principle applies to this proposed connector road. We need to make sure that there is a current traffic study, current drainage studies. The Army Corps permit for this connector road recognizes it's 50% wetlands. There's no mitigation plans that I've been able to see for what's going to happen to the wetlands on that connector road. So we're going to have the identical reasons that led Mr. Liner to deny the permit for this proposed Medline site apply to the connector road. In addition, what's going to happen, you see the pretty purple road up there, that's a proposed 4-lane road that's going to dump onto an overburdened 2-lane 1077. This may have been on the books for about 10 years, but what has happened in that past 10 years? How many new subdivisions have been built along 1077 up past 1085? Those of you who are on the planning and zoning can probably answer the number of those that have been built. So for anyone to be urging, we need this road for Empirical, which is the building that's on that Mr. Shane was talking about, they have a connection. They have Oxner Boulevard. They have Oxner Boulevard to travel to Highway 21 to get to the interstate, which is the same way that Medline said they would go if 1077 wasn't built. So please, when you're considering this request to try it and push this forward, don't let us end up in another mess. Let's stop. Let's have the public hearings and the community meetings. The same thing that I offered way back when Medline first came up. I offered to get the neighborhood together. Well, let's do that in this situation. Let's not just say, hurry up and go build that road. Let's take a step back and let's look at traffic and drainage, which should be addressed at the zoning stage, as we all learned from the whole Medline fiasco. But we have the opportunity to do proper work on this. And also, since the parish is undertaking comprehensive rezoning and is looking at issues for parish-wide, every one of you, I mean, look, all of you people, you represent the entire parish. There's a $30 million bond issue, which I think comes out to having about $34 million. This road, if it was built as proposed, is over $9 million of that bond money. So think about your own districts, you know? If you don't want to think about parish-wide, think about your own districts. Think about the issues you have crying out that should be addressed in a comprehensive, just as President Cooper has said and initiated, a comprehensive manner to address these. And also, there have been drainage studies done for nearby area and for these areas that nobody ever did anything with. Go and find them. The parish paid $300,000 for a study by NY and Associates in 2016, just next to this area. My time running out, so I can't describe it too fast right now. But
you go ahead. I'm going to answer your question for you because I have what you sent me.
That's very good.
And it's completely wrong, but go ahead.
In addition to some drainage studies, there were studies done for other areas. The thing is, you have to act on them. You have to be able to say, let's fix the problems. So what I am following up on is Mr. Toledano's suggestion that get together. You get the people who know how to solve the problems, but don't just have it be the council and the parish president or this person and that person sitting in this room. You need to get the community involved because there are a lot of us who are very involved. There may just be a few of us here tonight because we can't get in the room, so we don't ask people to come and stand up. But we had over 1,700 signatures on our petition against this connector road. We don't want it built without this being completely thought out. You can say we need east-west roads. Parish spent $3 million widening and improving 1085. This proposed road comes out about 1,200 feet away from where 1085 connects at the roundabout at Hannon High School. And all the traffic on that purple road that turns right onto 1077 will have to turn right, go to the Hannon roundabout where your children are driving, they're going to school, they have to come back down 1077 to go anywhere. Thank you.
Go ahead. You can take another minute or so I gave them.
I got 3 minutes later.
No, okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Wagner.
Thank you.
I'm going to address a couple of things if you don't mind.
Do you want me to stay up there?
No, ma'am. You can have a seat. When I read them, I don't need any questions on them. I received an email from Ms. Wagner asking about the 2016 drainage study and asked me to comment on it, and I'm going to do that. I also received the email from the famous Rick Franzo. So I'm going to comment on what we have. And St. Tammany Parish cannot use money budgeted for roads to fund a drainage project, first of all. The 2016 drainage study are available to any individual through the public records request process, as I'm sure Ms. Wagner knows because she mentioned that to me. And both the previous and current administrations have access to the study. Working through the study, recommendations involve time, money, but those recommendations are being addressed. Example, we are writing to ask you, I'm going to read the question. We are writing to ask you to investigate why a 2016 drainage study that cost taxpayers almost $300,000 seems not to have been shared with the citizens and none of the recommendations follow. Answer. Again, these are available to anyone through public records request. The two of the recommendations in the study were included in the 2020 budget. Two of the items that were on there are included in the 2020 budget. Question number 2. Given the flooding that occurs in mid-May 2020, it seems reasonable for all citizens of this area to ask, why did the council and prior administration not act on these recommendations? Answer. The council has taken action on study recommendation by approving the funding of the Coquille and Goodby Pine ponds. Okay? The council did that. It's not just sitting there. That's 2 of them. Question. We are appreciative that President Cooper has initiated a first step towards alleviating flooding in the area based on the 2016 study. He has authorized a 30-acre dry retention pond in Coquille to be put out for bid. Why has the council not taken action on this? Answer. The previous parish president, administration, and council approved these projects, and the council took action in 2019 when the 2020 budget was approved, which includes funding the design of the Goodby and Coquille retention pond. Mr. Cooper had nothing to do with it. Please note that Coquille Pond is not ready to be put out for construction as we have not yet begun the design of the pond. We have advertised for design services now. In summary, the parish approved $100,000 in 2020's budget for the feasibility study and engineering design for the Coquille retention pond. In addition, this year, the parish advertised a request for bids for the Coquille retention pond project, and at this time, we are in the final evaluating stage. Therefore, I answered the questions. Therefore, it started in 2019, and therefore, it's moving forward. Just wanted to have that for the record. I'm going to read now about the connector road. The previous parish president administration raised $30 million in bonds for capital improvement, after which an ordinance was passed that included the funding for the 1077 connector road. This project had been funded since 2019. After parish president took office and became aware of it, he informed me that he did not support the project and felt like the bond money should be spent on other projects. Since there appears to be some confusion about this project and why it is being delayed, we are discussing it here tonight and giving everyone the opportunity to ask questions. I have been told by numerous people it was delayed for this, the mitigation was not ready. I don't have the CEA, it's not ready. Both of those on the parish president's desk as I sit here tonight. The mitigation expires on November 19th of this month. I'd like to make it very clear that this project is not associated with any other potential development in St. Tammany Parish. It has been planned for a very long time and was awaiting the bond funding necessary to pass the ordinance. Again, this project has been funded by ordinance, the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement from DOTD and Wetlands Permit from the Corps of Engineers are waiting for the President's signature. But the permit will expire, causing more delays if it expires. I cannot imagine a DOTD would issue a Cooperative Endeavor Agreement with St. Tammany Parish if they had concerns about traffic. DOTD is traffic in Louisiana. They studied it. Sure, anybody can say, I studied it and it's not correct. Depends on what side of the ball game you're on. But the bottom line is, they issued a Cooperative Endeavor Agreement. A drainage study for this project was completed and reviewed by the parish engineers. By the parish engineers. Same people Mr. Cooper just said he has all the faith in. I have all the faith in. Members of this council have all the faith in. A drainage study means no flooding if it works. And it should work if we have good engineers. And it states that there are no drainage issues related to the construction of this road. Servitude of drainage was purchased in March of this year. The last piece of the property was bought in March of this year for the right-of-way. All right-of-ways are completed. The drainage study is completed. The wetlands permit with the Corps of Engineers and the CEA and with DOTD. So there's no reason not to move this project forward. And there's funding. Once again, it's perceived to be in the neighborhood of another issue. It's perceived to be owned by Joe Doe, and he shouldn't own anything. I shouldn't have stocks. I might make money in it. This is pathetic. I've heard concerns about traffic on 1077 related to the construction period of this project, and I agree with President Cooper. We had that discussion the other day. I agree. However, we will work with the parish engineers and consulting engineers firm to create the best transition possible. Why can't you start this project, do your study that is now before the RPC? By the time the RPC finishes the study, who they do studies, by the way, for everyone in the 5 parish area, you could transition from one project into the other project and make all the people. Someone said about my district, and we worried about the 9 million. I'm gonna tell you what they worried about. They worried about sitting on that interstate when they can get off and go east and west. That's what the heck they worried about. Because I hear it all the time. So all the requirements are needed for this project and have been met. I recommend that we move forward by this. The connector road is complete, and we'll have information needed for traffic study to make directly plans to involve the traffic on 1077. That's my comment on this one. Ms. Casabon.
Pardon? Other speakers?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Ms. Casabon, let me, yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm going to call Ms. Bonnie Eads. Ms. Bonnie, you still here, ma'am? Thank you very much. You have 3 minutes,
Thank you
ma'am.
again.
Yes, ma'am.
Won't need that long.
Late night.
I'm Bonnie Eads again, Executive
you.
Director with the North Shore Business Council, and just need to provide a few comments as it pertains to the east-west corridor commonly referred to as the Highway 1077-21 Connector Road. In the parish administration's proposed budget presented to the council for consideration, it includes a proposed key initiative for parish roads called the Path to the Future Thoroughfare Plan. It's a 40-year major streets plan and includes improvements of existing roadways, coordination with other agencies on collaborative projects, and the design and creation of future roads to ultimately increase travel efficiency. This visionary plan, presented in a public meeting on September 21st, 2017, takes a focused, systematic approach to making capital road improvements and provides a projection of the community's infrastructure needs over the next 4 decades. The Path to the Future plan has identified the need to construct various east to west roads throughout the parish to improve connectivity and drivability in St. Tammany Parish. One of the east-west roads identified in the plan is the Highway 1077 Connector Road. The project has been designed and construction is already funded through the $34 million bond issue that Mr. Lorino addressed. The roadway has become known as one of St. Tammany's primary healthcare corridors and will help to decrease traffic on I-12, particularly while construction on I-12 it's taking place now and will continue to take place over the next 3 years. We ask that the St. Tammany Parish government move forward with construction of this critical project and not delay it by parish government, and we ask that other roadways identified in the Path to the Future be implemented as soon as possible. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Ronnie Simpson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Council members, Vice President Cooper. I just realized that I'm a longtime listener, first-time speaker.
It's a little different.
Yeah. I do appreciate the safety of the glass, too. Ronnie Simpson, Ochsner Health, 1000 Ochsner Boulevard in Covington. I'm here this evening to express our gratitude at you all looking at putting this extension in to connect 1077 to Ochsner Boulevard. We feel it will make access to healthcare, particularly our institution, safer for our patients traveling from the west part of the parish to our facility as well as others. Particularly because we are adding, as you know, many of you know, a $50 million, 75,000 square foot cancer center on the corner of Ochsner Boulevard and Highway 21. It will provide greater access for our patients, and we appreciate you give us the opportunity to say that this evening.
Thank you. You still have some time left if you want to talk. You're not used to talking.
Under the circumstances, no, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Ronnie. It's always good to see you, really. Mr. Dorsky.
Hi, just very briefly, I don't think I'll use up the 3 minutes at all. Generally, I'm a proponent of saying that the legislature should be making the choices, the policy choices, the executive should be carrying them forward. However, I've got to say that I don't think the law is quite that clear in Louisiana. I should hope that you will end up deferring to your own legal counsel and not either to me or to Mr. Shane. AG opinions, that I'm sure as Mr. Shane will readily concede, have not the force of law at all. Just the opinions of some other lawyers, we've got a tremendous number of us in this profession. In fact, the Supreme Court opinions themselves and the other circuits all talk about monies appropriated, people having already done services, and whether or not those people ought to be paid. So I really don't think that the course that this council takes is dictated either by AG opinions or by any opinions from any Louisiana court that have so far actually been issued. But don't take that from me. Take it from your legal counsel, take it from whomever Mr. Montgomery's office has provided to you on that. I just don't think it's that clear. I think that in the long run, it really comes down to what this council wants to do. Whether it was a wise expenditure of money back when this council voted to do it, doesn't necessarily make it a wise expenditure of money now. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. That's actually your decision and not mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. And I appreciate your calmness, and I thought you were an attorney when you first came up there, but I can't get Mr. Toledano to be as quiet as you, though. But Miss Elsie Reed, Miss Reed? I'm sorry, Nancy, I can't hear you, babe. You don't look like Elsie Reed.
Thank goodness. She's a lot better looking than I am.
I'm sorry?
We're going to just flip-flop positions. She is, Elise Reed.
Do you have a card in?
Yes, I do. Ryan Green. I know it's there.
That's it. That's on the resolution. We're not on the resolution right now. We are on the connector road. I have you for the resolution. Thank you. Is Miss Elsie Reed here? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Allen, Mr. Allen?
That was mine for the resolution, or?
No, this is not you. This is Alan Trilley, or something like that? Alan?
He was in the back row and he had to leave.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay. Everyone, and the confusion is that we have that 9, you have that number 9 for the resolution, okay? But Mr. Dorsey made a very good point about the attorney, and I would be neglecting my job if I did not have our attorneys look into it. And as he said, there's a number of attorneys in here, and we can get a whole number of opinions. But I'm going to look at the ones that represent me from the DA's office, who the DA represents us. So, Ms. Couvion, Ms. Emily Couvion?
Yes, thank you, Councilman Lorino. I have done extensive research on this question, as has Ms. Riles when she was with the District Attorney's Office, and a number of other staff members from our office. We have looked at a number of AG opinions, as Mr. Dusky pointed out, and there are quite a number of opinions from the AG that state that upon final passage of a budget, the parish president must execute the authorization set forth in the budget, including the expenditure of funds for specific line item appropriations. Those opinions have not been tested in court, and at this point in time are just opinions of the Attorney General. I could not find anything directly on point that has been tested or that addresses specifically road funds.
Thank you, ma'am. And that's exactly what you mentioned to me. So the bottom line is, there are no court cases, but that doesn't prevent it from going to court to get a case, right? Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Ms. Couvion. And once again, Mr. Montgomery was elected, and I told him this morning. I really appreciate his service and what he has done with the legal team since we've had our issues. So thank you very much. Ms. Casabon, it's your turn, ma'am.
Yes, I'd like to address this to Ms., about the Coquille, about the drainage. When I first got into office, I did not even know of the drainage study from NY, but two of my constituents did, was Dr. John Martin and Mr. Mike Champagne, and that's when I first saw it. Since then, that has been used to determine or looking at the area in which these ponds would go. Where they are in that process is that they have chosen, at last I heard, had chosen 3 design teams that would come up with a design for the pond in the area. Coquille, that's what they're working on now. The people are submitting, the companies, engineering companies are submitting their plans. And then the staff chooses 3, and then from there, they pick who's going to do it. At the point in which they do have the design ready, I had pledged to Dr. Martin that I would have a community meeting open to the public, that they could come and view that drainage study and the process. So I am including them in the process, and they will be included in the process that has been ongoing since the NY study was done. But so I wanted to assure you that there will be, public input on that particular design. My concern about the connector road is the fact that we have put subdivisions in that area, and part of it's mine, part of it's Mr. Dean's area, that we need an alternative. Again, I've seen this when we started work on 21. There were concerns on people how they would travel to get off the interstate. As long as 15 years ago, we were concerned with us having another option to get people to their homes in the event that something would happen to Highway 21, whether it was a spill or whatever. So I do know this has been in the works for 15 years, and I think it's something that's needed for our areas and our parish and the city of Covington. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Casavant. Mr. Toledano.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marino. I just want to confirm that we are going to take a break for breakfast. And just tell me who I'm supposed to give.
I'll get the rest of the agenda very fast.
I want 3 eggs, crispy bacon, grits, and no cheese. Secondly, just to add a little love to otherwise a contentious meeting, great to see Mr. Simpson here tonight. He was a devoted employee to St. Tammany Parish, and we miss him, and he's a great guy, so it's good to have you up here, Ronnie. I got to say, I'm just going to reiterate what I said before, and I think it's a sad fact, but I believe that this east-west corridor, which to me, it's almost impossible for me to even think of an objection to this, has got to be some way, somehow tied into the Medline thing. And I say that just on my own intuitive instinct to remind all of us in the audience that the reality is I could care less about whether Medline went there as far as this east-west corridor is concerned. We need east-west corridors, as I've said many times before and again earlier this evening. So I Chairman Lorino and members of this council, I know of no real substantive reason to delay this. I think President Cooper's idea about doing a study is an excellent one, and Mr. Lorino and I told him that when he shared that thought with us. But we also said to him that this, if we give the go here tonight on this road, there is going to be more than enough time to do the study that he suggested, a very wise judgment on his part, and that if there are additional improvements needed, we can move forward with those at that time. But to delay this, I likened it to myself. I might put on my dresser one night a $20 bill, and I'll say, that'll be lunch. And the next morning I'll stop at Ace Hardware and I'll spend $10, and I'll only have $10 left, so I couldn't get what I needed at lunch, and being a little bit facetious, but what I'm saying is, if we don't use the money as it was intended to, you can bet you $1 the money's gonna disappear. President Cooper has a good idea, none of which should retard this thing. These are critical east-west corridors. And the sad fact of the matter is, if we'd have headed earlier, we might have saved some lives in that horrendous accident that we had. But irrespective of that, we need to get this built, and it has nothing to do with Medline in my view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dean?
Mr. Chairman, I've gotten several emails from both sides, and by both sides, I mean I've gotten emails from what I could tell were the residents that live right in that little tight area there, Shady Lakes and all that little area there. And then maybe we call it Maison de Lac and a couple of other little neighborhoods right close to the connector road. And they said, every one of them have said, you know, don't build this $9 million road for 2 or 3 developers. Well, I know it's not 2 or 3 developers because I've also gotten emails from the owners of the property along that way. And the best I count, if you look at all the assessment, well, it's not up there. If you look at all the assessment numbers charted on this map here, you could count probably about 12 landowners that would surround or kind of abut that area, not just the Wainers, not just the McMaths, but several other people. Mr. Chairman, may I ask Mr. Shane a couple of questions?
You sure can.
Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Over the years, you and I have, and I'm just going to ask this, and we've dealt with a whole lot of that whole area from Whiskey Oaks, that whole area, the objection to the different thing, all the different homeowners, or I'm sorry, landowners up and down that. Could you speak to that? Could you tell me what, if you know of any other property owners who have been affected by this?
Certainly. If you take a look at the exhibit that's no longer on the screen, but maybe we could put it up again in answer to your question.
Okay.
If you'll see that this map that we put together includes the assessment parcels that the assessor has on his map. I realize those in the audience may have some trouble seeing it. They probably got better eyes than I, but if you'll see the light green colors, and we actually have plotted the assessment numbers of the various individuals, parties, that own properties from east to west. So the interest, the various property owners and the size of the parcels, the zonings are varied as well, which I think is interesting, because I believe that this connector is not only needed to move people as a transportation corridor, but to also provide development of the properties that are there, in many cases under their current zoning. So to answer your question, yes, sir, there are many other parties that own properties east to west, north, south of the proposed connector.
Okay. All right. Okay, well, that's it. If you have anything else to add to that.
Well, there is one thing I would like to add, if I could, to prior comment that was made, and that is that I really appreciated the spirit of the earlier discussion this evening, and I think one of the important points was the need to avoid litigation. So the suggestion I would make is that, and I certainly agree with Dwight's comment, that Attorney General opinions are not binding, but we often look, public bodies, to Attorney General opinions to guide us in making wise judgments so that we do not end up in litigation. And I will tell you that my research indicates that there are 4 Attorney General opinions that I believe are on point. 2 in 2015, 1 in 2016, 1 in 2019. One involves the charter in the city of Mandeville that literally has the same language in it, nearly the same, as the language in our charter that we're referring to. I also want to make sure that there is a case in Louisiana that addresses this point, and I don't think this is a legal forum for me to discuss the case and debate it. No. But I don't want there to be some belief that there's no cases out there.
Okay.
I got, you
that's
know, Ms. Cuvion stated that there was 4 Attorney General opinions out there.
But no cases.
No cases, right.
There is a case.
Okay, okay.
Okay, and if I could, I'm gonna just continue on.
You want
Speaking,
Jeff?
sir, no.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, though. Speaking of litigation, the people that I've, and this is a real big concern of mine, 2 or 3 things. One is, this project has been, and I know you've heard this before, but this project has literally been on the books. I know we first started talking about it back in 2009 when we did comprehensive rezoning. And I know that was then. We continued talking about it when Ocean Boulevard, before Ocean Boulevard was built. That was the reason there was a roundabout right there. That's not just a right turn going north, there's a roundabout there. And that means it's kind of an unfinished road. So it's been talked about forever. For the public to have seen, all you gotta do is look at the capital projects over the years, the 5-year plan, the 10-year plan, this was in it. Richard Lambert, engineer, did a study on it, did the design of it. This was in it. I mean, it's just been going on forever, so I find it real curious, although not very curious, because I don't think you have to be real smart to understand. It was also not opposed when we voted on it in the budget in 2019. Was that November or December? Somewhere. Anyway, one of those 2. It was not opposed. $9 million was in there. Nobody said a word. We had budget meetings prior to that. $9 million in there. Nobody said a word. All right. Suddenly, because it may have something to do with that other project that we talk about, then all of a sudden it's going to be horrible. It's going to start flooding people. It's going to cause traffic problems. It makes sense to have more east-west roads. I think it's very curious that this is happening right now. In terms of the litigation, like I said, there are about 12 other owners there. They have sold, some of them have sold their property to the parish. This is how far this road has gotten. And that didn't happen overnight, because you got to do land search and all that, property search, title search. They've sold their property to the parish, and as they said in emails to me, at a lower cost, because they figured it would be a better investment that they allow that road to go through their land. So I don't believe this parish administration, I don't believe this parish council wants 5 or 6 or 10 people suing us over this road, and a road that should be going in to begin with. So I'll wrap it up at that.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Mr. President, would you like to comment?
Are we discussing the resolution as well?
No, sir.
Okay.
We'll get to that one in a little while.
But it's basically one and the same.
Yep.
But let me address.
I handle them separate. Go
Let me address, as best as I can, the comments, concerns that were brought up. Excuse me. And I'll start, of course, with Mr. Shane, since this is his item on the agenda. Certainly, we want to avoid litigation. This isn't about how far can we go to litigate. When I first took office, we had a conversation, and it was early on, and you asked, is this project going to move forward? At the time, I was reviewing all the projects that we had, the bond projects, which included Soult Street improvements, Westwood Pond, I-10 Service Road with 2 bridges, and mill and overlay, asphalt. This project, and there's one other, and I don't have that in front of me. 3rd Avenue Bridge. Those projects are all underway right now. The I-10 Service Road was shovel-ready. This project is basically shovel-ready. And our conversation was, do we have any other shovel-ready projects that may have an immediate need at this time? I knew that money can only be spent on this project. I know that this money can only be spent on this project. But I asked that. That was a question. But there aren't any. There are no other shovel-ready projects that may be more pressing than this. Early on, as you mentioned, the last portion of right-of-way had not been obtained or conveyed until the beginning of this year. Ordinance was passed by the Parish Council authorizing the parish president to execute the check to make payment for that last section, and also a purchase of a servitude, a drainage servitude. That was done at the beginning of this administration. I knew that this right-of-way was important as an east-west corridor, and it someday will provide an important throughway, thoroughfare, from Highway 21 to Highway 1077. Mr. Lorino is correct, and Mr. Shane is correct, that we have a wetlands permit ready to be signed, not by me, but by the parish engineer. He was going to submit that last month. However, an extension was given for 1 month. To be honest, I don't know if we requested an extension or if the Corps offered an extension.
You did.
We're not waiting till the last day. That will be executed and submitted. The CEA for the intersection at 1077, by the way, the intersection at 1077 is a 4-lane boulevard intersecting the 2-lane state highway at 1077. And the CEA is actually an agreement with the parish and the state in that the state will allow the parish to construct within their right-of-way and actually allow additional right-of-way for a turn lane, a right turn lane going north off of 1077. So it's an agreement for that. It's not an approval as such. Well, it's an agreement for us, for the St. Tammany Parish government to construct and then turn over the improvements to the state once the project is finished. So it's a 4-lane highway coming into the 2-lane Highway 1077 as a T intersection. And this particular intersection will allow westbound traffic on 1077. If traffic should want to go south to I-12 and proceed west or east on I-12, that westbound traffic at 1077, when it gets to the T intersection at 1077, will only be allowed to go right. There will be no left turn at 1077. It will be a right only. A right only will allow traffic to go to the circle at Hannon. It's not shown up there, but the circle at Hannon, if you're familiar with that area, and then that westbound traffic will have to go north, make the circle, and then go south to I-12. That's not an ideal intersection plan. In fact, it's, in my opinion, poorly planned for an east-west corridor that is going to move traffic in a safe, efficient manner. It's not to say that other alternatives are not available. There are. I have asked the Regional Planning Commission, and it's a study that Councilman Lorino mentioned, after having discussions with members of the Regional Planning Commission in February of this year, and officials from District 62, DOTD, I mentioned that this corridor, particularly between I-12 and Hannon Circle, was woefully inadequate and under capacity for the amount of traffic that we have. Traffic that's serving hundreds or thousands of residents. The business park where Champagne Beverage is, Diversified Foods, FedEx Distribution. We've got Coquille, Hannon High School, the Rouse's Shopping Center. The two-lane portion of Highway 1077 can barely handle the traffic that it has now. So the Regional Planning Commission, at my request, has authorized a corridor study, which hopefully will provide us with information or with results that could possibly give us a 4-lane highway, particularly from I-12 to the Hannon Circle or even beyond. That is what's hoped. That study will commence this month. It was approved after sending a letter to them in August. It was approved, and the study will take place this month. Again, it's to study the corridor and the traffic patterns and what can be done to make traffic safer on Highway 1077. I did not know that there was a study done prior to this, earlier, say maybe in 2015, end of 2014 or 2015. And a study was done by the parish through RPC and DOTD for a proposed intersection at 1077 with a proposed connector road. And that study that was commissioned by the parish, RPC and DOTD, indicated that a roundabout would be appropriate at this intersection so that vehicles going west, rather than having to go north to the Hannon roundabout, that I am told is not able to handle the type of traffic that it does, not just at peak times, but at other times. They would be able to use the roundabout at the connector road to make a left turn going through the circle. But not only did the study call for a roundabout at 1077 and the proposed connector road, the study said having just one roundabout in this corridor would not be adequate, it would not be sufficient, would not be safe. It said a roundabout proposed at the connector road would only work if you had a roundabout at the northbound or the north intersection of the interstate ramps and the southern ramps of I-12. Three roundabouts, a series of 3 roundabouts. That was the plan. That was a plan provided to the parish, offering 3 roundabouts to help solve the traffic woes on Highway 1077. I have a copy of the study. I'll be happy to provide it to you if you don't have it or if you weren't aware of that. But to me, a combination of having roundabouts and 4-laning, perhaps, Highway 1077 is what we need to be planning for. I'm not sure why the recommendations weren't taken at the time. I don't have those answers. Maybe the cost, maybe the time that it would take to do it. I'm not sure. But I believe that would be a great improvement to what's being proposed now as far as the connection at 1077. I would like to address not in the legal, not the legal part, Mr. Shane, or any of the other attorneys here, but with regards to the demand or the obligation to expend every dollar that's budgeted on capital projects within that year, I could tell you, I don't know of any administration or any administrative year that the parish president expended every dollar that was budgeted for capital projects. If they're not spent one year, they go to the next year or the next year. The money's not going to go away. It's dedicated to this project. With due respect to Mr. Shane, we did meet. We did meet several months ago. And he did indicate that he was representing his client and that, but I did not know the imminence that you expressed here this evening of a project. He asked about the legal part as well. You know, I understand that you're obligated to spend the money at this time. No, I don't quite agree with that. But my concern at this point is the intersection that we're creating that may cause more problems than we have now. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mike. I have a few questions. If we build the corridor, if we build a connector road, what automobiles are going to be going in that direction? Are we going to have new automobiles? Are people going to be getting off the interstate to use that? Or it's going to be the same traffic that's leaving Pinnacle 21, going in the back and forth area? When we start talking about more cars building this, we're not going to attract more traffic from somewhere else. We're going to be using the same amount of traffic and dispersing it a little bit different. I may not want to sit on I-12. I may not want to get on I-12 and get hit by a 18-wheeler. I may want to get off on this connector road and don't mind waiting at the little turn right now while we're speaking. So that's an issue that I disagree with. The next one I disagree with, and I agree with your study and what they can do, but that does not preclude us from doing the 1077 project now, getting it started, getting it almost complete, and then while the study is going on, while they come up, whether it's one roundabout, two, I heard one has to be on the other side of the interstate. I've heard a whole lot of things over these years. But nothing precludes us from doing that now, accomplishing two things. An east-west corridor, coincidentally, in the campaign on here, we need more east-west corridors.
I agree. I said that.
All right. So we have a chance to do this to help people. And who's to say that I-12 doesn't get bottled up and we need to use that? I know it'll be more traffic, but if we can do the first one, because we have everything in place other than the initiative from your office, we have everything in place, and we can take care of that road and take care of 1077 with the RPC study and funding, do one and the other. The people in St. Tammany Parish are going to benefit from that. Why should we wait until the study is done and then start this other project if we're going to start it? It's there now. And that's what the council is talking about, and that's what the people are talking about. And I disagree with what you said on spending all the money. This council's not saying you need to spend all the money every year. The council is saying, based on Attorney General opinions, which are not law, that if a project is budgeted, if it's passed by an ordinance, it shall be done. Okay? Doesn't say it has to wait for 2 years, 5 years, whatever the case may be, because I think there's a little bit of a law that says if we don't use money for 3 years, it goes away and has to be reappropriated. Now, the council will probably reappropriate it. I don't know who will be on the council at that time, but they may. But the bottom line is, we're sitting here once again, and I don't want to talk litigation, period. We're sitting here tonight talking about 2 issues that will benefit everybody in St. Tammany Parish, okay? There was a major accident there. There's a major accident on 1085 where I have a moratorium. Somebody criticized me in the room for having a moratorium and not putting one in somebody else's district. I don't have any control in anybody else's district. Got enough to handle in mine. Bottom line is, I don't see a reason, as Mr. Toledano and I mentioned to you the other day, which we had a very good discussion, that we can't come together once again as a group and do this project if we have, I don't want it to flood the other people. I said that, and somebody takes it out of content, okay? I said I don't want it to flood, but I want to get in a room and work it out.
And I do
Okay?
too, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lorino, we spoke about that when we
Yes, sir.
met,
Yes,
and I
sir.
expressed my concerns.
So, me sitting here, Mike, I don't see any reason we shouldn't do it, and I would, once again, I mentioned my other statement for you to consider. I'm going to say the same thing now. I would hope you consider moving forward with this project. I think the council will say that in a few minutes on another issue, but I think as long as we have the engineering that says it won't flood, let's move forward with it and be prepared to take care of the 1077 when the time comes. And I'm going to rest mine. Ms. Casabon.
Mike, I just looking at this, I know what they have done, what the state has done with right past Coquille. Coquille has been trying to get that second drive to their new ball fields on, past, it lines up with FedEx. They've been told that they needed that they gave them a couple options, but the roundabout, they would like to see a roundabout there. My point is that if the Department of Transportation was not happy and felt that we needed those roundabouts, they wouldn't proceed with this. They would tell us, you need to do it this, and this way is what they've done, because that's what they're doing on the lower end, like I said, by Coquille. We just can't go in and do, they're telling us what they need to do. So I just say if the Department of Transportation is satisfied with this design and the traffic, and they know you're going from a 2-lane on the other roads to 4 lanes, that would be able to move traffic much faster. So I hope that you go ahead and proceed with this.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you.
No other comments? All right, let's move to the next agenda item, please. Katrina, which one are we on? What's that? Where are we? Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to remember which number it was. All right, item number 4, ordinance calendar number 6526, an ordinance amending the official zoning map, St. Tammany Parish, to reclassify certain parcel of land on Charles Anderson Road and Chris Kennedy Road in Pearl River, Louisiana, which property comprises a total of 1 acre of land from its present A1 to A1 suburban district and a manufactured house overlay Somebody asked that would be pulled. Any comments first by members of the council?
Go ahead. I don't know.
It was noted as a pulled item, Steve.
I move to approve.
Okay, thank
All
you,
right.
Steve. I think I messed that up, right?
All right, thank you. I'll
Thank
give
you,
you
bud.
full
Thank you,
credit
bud.
for that.
Thank you, buddy.
No problem.
No, we're not yet. We need a motion and a second to move it. Have a motion by Mr. Taladano, second by Mr. Dean. Please vote. They don't have- Okay, thank you. Okay, number 15, ordinance calendar number 6537, ordinance to extend for 6 months the moratorium on the submission of subdivisions to the Parish Planning Commission for tentative and preliminary review and or approval of property within 102, 112, and the unincorporated portion MD1 located in St. Tammany Parish, Council District 4. That's my moratorium. The moratorium will stay in, the update on that is, the moratorium will stay in place. DOTD is expected to start on the roundabout at 1085, the latter part of 2021, early part of 2022. When that happens, and I know it's happening, I will then go ahead and probably lift the moratorium. And so that was a safety issue there. And I want to thank President Cooper for helping me with the other two issues at the Regional Planning Commission. Those will be in 2023 and 2024. So I'd like to, someone make a motion in a second. Motion by Mr. Stefanczyk, second by Mr. T.J. Smith. Please vote. No vote, no vote. I don't have to. Well, you see that. Okay. All right. Ordinance calendar number 6538, ordinance to extend for an additional 6 months the moratorium on the re-subdivision and or issuance of permits for construction or placement of the building structure on property within a portion of voting District 914, Ward 8, District 14. Mr. Smith?
I so move.
Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Bender. Thank you. Number 17, ordinance calendar number 6539, ordinance extend for additional 6 months moratorium on the opening of a new streets in Angelic Estates, Ward 3, District 5. Mr. Taladano?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Taladano, second by Mr. Dean. Thank you. Ordinance number 18, ordinance calendar number 6540, ordinance to impose a 6-month moratorium on receipts of subdivision by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision and rezoning of property and on the issuance of certain permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development, permits for construction or placement of certain building structures on property in the area bounded by Interstate 12, Highway 59, Sharp Road, and Highway 190, being a portion of the Little Creek, Ponchatoula Creek, Bayou Tetlaws, and Bayou Chuba drainage basins, all more particular described herein and attached map Ward 4, District 5. Mr. Taladano? Motion by Mr. Taladano, second by Mr. Fitzgerald. Thank you. Number 19, ordinance calendar number 6541, ordinance to amend the 2020 grants budget. Amendment number 10, transportation grants. Mr. Fitzgerald. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, second by Ms. Casabon. Please. Don't have to vote. Thank you. Number 20, ordinance calendar number 6542, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets. Oh, Mr. Smith, did you want something, sir, on that last one? I'm sorry.
Yes,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Chairman, that's okay. I apologize as well. When we were pulling items earlier, I got distracted with an emergency situation, and I missed several ordinances that I needed to pull.
Well, you want to tell me which ones you want to pull, and we'll take care of them in a minute.
Thank you very much.
Why don't you let me go through
Go right
this,
ahead.
and then when we
We'll come
finish
back.
the resolution, we'll come, before I go to resolution.
Sounds good.
Okay. Number 20, ordinance calendar number 6542, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, second by Ms. Casabon. 21, ordinance calendar number 6543, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 40, mandatory service area drainage impact fees. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, second by Mr. Toledano. 22, ordinance calendar number 6544, ordinance to amend the 2020 grants budget, amendment number 11, health and welfare grants. Motion by Mr. Toledano, second by Ms. Casabon. Number 23, ordinance calendar 6545, an ordinance accepting the sales of taxable sales tax refunding bonds of sales tax district number 3 and providing for other matters in connection therewith. Is the bond counsel here for that one? You all been sitting back, is my man back there in the back? I can't believe he's back there hiding. That's the quietest you've ever been since I've been here, sir.
I've been sitting in my truck with the seat reclined watching y'all.
You're a very smart man.
Good evening, Brennan Black with
Yes,
Foley
sir.
and Udell. Happy to answer any questions you have.
No, is there any questions on that? No? I'm sorry, Steve? What's Steve say? Okay. All right, seeing no questions, motion by Mr. Bender, second by Mr. Stefanski. Thank you, sir. Y'all have a good night.
We'll be back.
Bring your umbrella back. Mr. Smith, did you want to do something, sir, before we go to resolutions?
There are 4 ordinances that I wanted to pull, and
Okay, you were really sleeping.
and yes, I was. But thanks for indulging me. They're all in the same industrial park, and so if we could, what I wanted to do is pull in to recommend that they be postponed. That's items number 1, 2, 5, and 6.
Okay, 1, 2, 5, and 6 of ordinances for introduction, right?
Correct.
Okay, we need a motion and a second to
So moved.
reconsider. Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Mike Smith. Can we do them all at one time? I'm sorry? Have to do each one? Okay, all right.
Can I take them one at a time?
No, yes, sir, they telling me one at a time. Okay, let's do number 1, ordinance calendar number 6523, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify certain parcel located on the north side of Browns Village Road, west of Dixie Road, Slidell, in which properties comprise of a total of 9.57 acres of land, more or less, from its present I-1 Industrial District to I-2 Industrial District, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith?
Mr. Reno, should that be in the form of a motion to reconsider the original?
Yes. Yes, that's what it,
In Mr. Smith's absence, I'll make that motion for.
oh, he already did that. We already did that one, okay? And we made the motion to reconsider. Now we have to do them individually. Okay. I'll let you make the motion and let Mr. Dean second it. How's that? Thank you. Number 2, ordinance calendar number 6524, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify a certain parcel located on the north sides of Browns Village Road. Okay. All right, we need to vote on that postponement, Mr. We need to vote on number 1. Please vote.
Motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Thank you. Number 2, ordinance calendar number 6524, an ordinance amending official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify a certain parcel located on the north side of Browns Village Road, west of Dixie Road, Slidell, in which properties comprise a total of 9.03 acres of land, more or less, from its present I-1 Industrial District to I-2 Industrial District, Ward 9, District 9. Mr. Smith. Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Mike Smith. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
5 and 6, okay. That's not his. Oh, yeah, okay, 5, I got you. Okay, number 5, ordinance calendar number 6527, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Commercial Drive north of Browns Village Road, Slidell, in which properties comprise of a total of 1.07 acres of land, more or less, from its present NC-6 Public Cultural Recreation District to I-2 Industrial District, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith. Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Thank you. Ordinance calendar number 6528, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify a certain parcel located on the west side of Production Drive, north of Browns Village Road, Slidell, in which properties comprise a total of 1.3 acres of land, more or less, from its present I-1 Industrial District to an I-2 Industrial District, Ward 9, District 14. Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Stefanczyk. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Thank you. Okay, that should take care of that. There we go. Okay. All righty, let's go to resolutions. Yes, sir. Yes, I'm gonna grab it right now. No, I'm getting it right now. I'm gonna get it right now for you. That's number 4. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up. If you don't mind, we have some Madisonville and some people here on this ordinance for adoption. I'm gonna go to, just so we can do that. Ordinance calendar number 6488, an ordinance authorizing the parish of St. Tammany, state of Louisiana, proceed with a not to exceed $25 million financing through the Louisiana Government Environmental Facilities and Community Development Authority, authorizing and reclassifying the parish request for the local government environmental facilities and community development authority to issue its revenue bonds, authorizing the borrowing by the parish of the proceeds for the sale of the bonds to finance qualified Go Mesa projects and providing for the repayment and the security, therefore approving and ratifying within certain perimeters the terms of the sale of the bonds, authorizing the form and execution of the loan and assignment agreement, authorizing the form and execution of an agreement of the purchase of the bonds and auxiliary financial documents, otherwise providing with respect thereof. Mr. President, would you like to comment on that, sir?
Yes, sir. Actually, the one you just read is the bonding
Yes, sir.
for the $25 million of projects.
Yes, sir.
Which Foley Udell and government consultants are here.
And that's also, Mike, that's also the one for Madisonville?
No, sir. That's a separate ordinance.
Okay. Which one's the one for Madisonville?
This one.
Okay, come on up,
Just take a
guys.
second since you're ready.
Yeah, come on up. Too much jumping around. Okay,
Bless you.
I don't like that.
Mr. Ryan? Mr. President, how are you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This ordinance was introduced last month. We're bonding the proceeds from Go Mesa that we're receiving, and to the tune of about $25 million. Our financial consultant and bonding attorney is here representing the transactions. We have identified close to $100 million worth of projects that could be beneficial from this. Coastal restoration, flood protection projects along the coast of Lake Pontchartrain. Earlier today, we reviewed some of those projects, not in any priority. Council members Airy, Tanner, and Davis were in attendance at that meeting.
Thank you, Ben. Under resolution.
With approval of this, it will allow us to move forward with getting these funding and allowing us to proceed and prioritize the projects that we've submitted and move forward with this. So I know Mr. Ryan will have just a few words to give further information regarding this
Thank you,
project.
Jim Ryan with Government Consultants. This is just the next step in the process we've been moving down. You already adopted a resolution authorizing this. You've already introduced an ordinance. This is just the next step of paperwork to move forward.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
Sir.
A motion? Motion by Mr. Davis, second by Ms. Tanner. Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to do the next one while we're up here?
Yes, sir. That's number 5. You got me jumping all around here.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
It's not the one for Madisonville, it's the,
Yeah, right.
it's the refunding.
Number 5, yeah, number 5. Right here.
You know, the only good thing is that the seats are cooled, so.
Okay, I got it, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, number 5, ordinance calendar number 6489. An ordinance providing for the sale not exceeding $27 million for taxable sales tax refund bonds, sales tax district number 3 of the parish of St. Tammany Parish, providing for other matters in connection therewith. Mr. Ryan.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is just the next step in the pushing the paperwork process. You already adopted a resolution and introduced an ordinance on this. This is just final ordinance to refinance those bonds from, I think, about 3.6 to about 1.6 and save you all a substantial amount of money.
Thank you. We need to save money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion? Motion by Mr. Jake Ayers, second by Ms. Tanner. Please vote. Okay, I'm gonna go to number.
Mr. Lorino?
Yes, oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Casavant, I didn't get your vote. Can you do it verbally? Yes. The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Okay, all right. Mike, I'm gonna go to number 26, the ordinance calendar number 6512, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets. That's the one, that's
I don't
it.
have the number in front of me.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's it, yes, sir. According to my legal team, that's the one. Okay? So, it's
that
for
it?
Madisonville, yes.
Okay, okay.
Okay, would you go ahead, sir?
Okay, thank you. Members of the council, this is for an adoption of an ordinance moving funding from the grant budget to our capital budget so that we can execute a couple of projects. One of which is, will benefit St. Tammany Parish in the Madisonville area and the town of Madisonville as well. Several months ago, I received a request from the town of Madisonville and the Lake Pontchartrain Maritime Museum stating that they had a shovel-ready project to do restoration along the lighthouse and was requesting if we had any funding available for such. Now, your first thought would be, we don't have funding for such, but we do. Through our Go Mesa funding that we're getting ready to bond, we do have money to accommodate this project and one other project that are included in this ordinance. And this particular project will, let me get the scope of the project. This particular project will maintain the existing shoreline of the peninsula surrounding the Tchefuncte River Lighthouse by constructing a breakwater and a bulkhead. Plans are drawn up and are ready to go to bid with the approved funding. We have itemized and dedicated $1,937,000 toward this project, which will allow the town of Madisonville, which will allow St. Tammany Parish government to produce this project for the benefit like I said, of the town of Manisville. And with us here this evening is Mayor Gene Pelot and members of the town council here to give acknowledgement to this project. And I'd like to call Mayor Pelot up, if he would. And we have representatives of the Maritime Museum, Mr. McPherson. So again, with your vote tonight, it will allow us to move forward with this project. And I think Mayor Pelot and Mr. McPherson had a few words. Mayor.
Well, certainly, we want to thank you in advance of your vote, but this project's been ongoing for several years, and funding this project will not only be for Madisonville, but it's going to be a great benefit to the parish of St. Tammany, because this lighthouse is a working lighthouse, and it dates back prior to the Civil War. So certainly, it's an attraction and certainly a benefit to boaters even today. So I want to thank you in advance and tell you that, it's just so heartfelt. Thank you that you're considering doing this for the town, the parish, and our community.
Well, Gene, thank you very much, and, Mayor Cooper, President Cooper, but you got too many mayors up there, but, and it's late, but I just want to say he got on top of that, and he took care of it, and I know the museum has been working on that for 5 years that I've been around, and it's so good to see that.
We have, and we definitely appreciate, I want to echo the mayor's comments. We definitely appreciate everything that the council has done. And President Cooper, appreciate his looking into this for us. This has been an ongoing project. This is going to help tourism, but it's also restoration, coastline restoration. That's probably more important even than the lighthouse itself.
And I know President Cooper and I have been having some discussions tonight, but I'm going to say this. He took the ball and he ran with it from the beginning, and he let me know when it was done. So I just want to give him credit where credit is due, Mike.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you. Thank you all. There is another item in the same ordinance that I'd like to acknowledge, Mr. Chairman.
We need to take action.
Okay, so this is where
Also a part of this ordinance is funding to make improvements at the Lock 1 boat launch in the Pearl River area in District 6 to the tune of $500,000 will improve the two boat launches, one on the north side and the south side of the lock, as well as the parking area. We'll make improvements with that as well, using the same funding. So two great projects using monies that for this purpose. So with your vote tonight, those projects will move forward.
Yes, sir. And
thank you.
Thank you. Is there, Ms. Tanner, you want to say anything, Ben?
To thank President Cooper and his staff for this. This is the beginning of this project on the Pearl River. So I'm glad to see it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Is there a motion and a second? A motion by Mr. Toledano, second by Ms. Tanner. Please vote. Thank you.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Okay. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate it, guys, ladies. We'll go to resolutions. Number 1, resolution CS number C-6354, a resolution approving the holding of an election, Fire District Protection Number 11, on Saturday, March 20th, 2021, to authorize the levy of a special therein. Bond Council and Fire District? Okay.
Sure. So this resolution is standard for any political subdivisions that you've created calling a tax, just approving the election as required by the Constitution.
Okay, thank you. Chief?
Like you said,
This constitutes about 1/3 of our budget, so it is a 15 mil millage for 10 years, approximately $570,000 a year.
Well, thank you, Chief, for all you do. Is there a motion? Motion by Mr. Mike Smith, second by Ms. Casabon. Please vote.
Mr. T.J. Smith. The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 2, Resolution CS number C-6355, a resolution ordering and calling a special election to be held in Parish, St. Tammany, and authorized in continuation of a special tax therein, making application to the State Bond Commission in connection therewith, and providing for other matters in connection therewith. Yes, sir.
This is the call resolution placing this item on the ballot for March 20th of next year.
March 20th of next year, that's what we were talking, that's what President Cooper was talking about
That's right.
earlier. Okay, is there a motion? Motion by Mr. Bender, second by Mr. Stefanczyk. Please vote. Number 4.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 4, Resolution CS number C-6357, resolution to vacate in part the 6-month moratorium on issuance of building or conditional use permits for construction. Oh, we didn't pull this one? Okay. I'm sorry, she said we didn't pull that one. Okay. Okay, number 3. Number 3, Resolution CS number C-6356, resolution to vacate in part the 6-month moratorium on the issuance of building or conditional use permits for construction or placement of building structures on property within a portion of unincorporated town of Alton subdivision, specifically the property located on lots 5, 6, and 7 of Square 35 on 11th Street, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith?
So move.
Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Bender. Please vote.
Mr. Lorino? The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. Number 9, CS number 6363, resolution requesting the parish president to proceed with the construction of LA 1077 to LA 21 Connector Road, capital outlay. I think, okay, we had a motion by Mr. Stefanczyk, and I think Ms. Maureen will second it, but we have a couple of cards that we need to talk about on this. But I think we talked about it pretty much enough, and, but Ms. Deborah Henton?
The same bear, and I defer.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Elise Reed, Ms. Reed? Thank you, ma'am. Miss Emma Green? Go ahead, Miss Green. Just state your name first and your address, ma'am.
My name is Emma Green, from Covington, 14488 Lake Tahoe Drive, Covington, Louisiana.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that we are here talking about the connector road, Oshner Boulevard to Highway 1077. Even though this is a convenient idea, it is also very unsafe. Between the flooding that we already have and the wild animals that live back there, this adds to our problem. Not to mention the noise from the 18-wheelers and cars that would drive back there. So, flooding, not only will the connector road make flooding very close to our homes, it will also affect the wetlands that try their best to soak up the water. Wetlands soak up the water like a sponge when it rains. Without wetlands back there, our homes would be completely flooded by now. I am aware that the Medline building that got denied a couple weeks ago is actually the same amount of land that will be used for the connector road. This is true because if you were to cut the medline area into strips and then connected them in a line like this road, it would be about the same area. The animal topic is a big deal because I don't know if y'all noticed, but animals are important. Without these animals, plants wouldn't grow. Animals pollinate forest plants, scatter seeds, and fertilize the soil with their droppings. Finally, the noise that would come from this road is called noise pollution. This is very bad for our health over a long period of time. I mention this because this road is going to be permanent, not temporary. So once it is installed, it will be in my backyard forever. To me, an 11-year-old sixth grader, the connector road that is being planned to connect Oshner Boulevard to Highway 1077 should obviously not be built. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Ryan Green? Ryan Green?
So quickly, I had nothing to do with that. She's been hearing about this at our dinner table for over a year, so I just wanted to, that was all her
Thank
word.
you.
But this issue kept her up way past her bedtime.
I was getting ready to say it's a little late, yes,
It's
sir.
past everybody's bedtime, I'm for sure.
Go ahead, Mr. Green.
So Dr. Ryan Green, Lake Tahoe Drive. So way back in July 2019, Mr. Dean and I had a conversation about this connector road that's been supposedly planned since 2009. You know, the effort to ease east-west traffic along Bootlegger Road was the discussion. But since that time, since that early plan, there has been tremendous growth. We've talked about it this evening extensively. And therefore, this planning right now that is happening needs to cease and be put on hold so we can have those conversations and see if this is truly needed. And here's why. We know that our administration has made it quite clear that we need to have calculated growth in our parish. I think we're all in agreement there. We are a booming parish. Director Liner and his Planning and Development Commission has made it clear also that the damage to the wetlands would be irreversible and have long-lasting effects on this tract of land. And if you've all seen, and if not, you should see it, the response to the land clearing permit, to the denial. Okay, all the reasons are in there as to why this should happen. So I asked you, the parish council, to employ that same science that Mr. Liner and his staff used to deny that permit. It is great, hard science that cannot be discounted. Also, too, when we say that the road and the medline issue are two separate issues, they're not, because they will have the same detrimental effects on our quality of life, particularly in that area, but throughout the parish if this moves forward. So back to the original argument. If the goal of the proposed connector road is to ease east-west traffic, as our discussion from early on, and we know it is packed, why aren't we thinking about the interstate, right? If the issue is sitting on the interstate and stuck in traffic, there's a construction project going on right now. When it is finished in July of 2022, there will be 3 through lanes each way, and as well as auxiliary lanes between the interchanges. So if that doesn't ease up that traffic that we're speaking about, then I don't know that anything will. So to put a small connector road between Highway 21 and 1077 without doing a study first and just moving forward with this project seems to me a little bit irresponsible. So we should pause, we should step back and see if the resources that the parish has, the money that President Cooper has spoken about, can be used for other projects. And then finally, the last thing I want to say too is that we all do have to agree to work together. I'm embarrassed to show people this council meeting tonight because I think the way that we have all treated each other was extremely unprofessional. And so I feel that that conversation, those conversations should be private conversations behind closed doors. If they need to happen, that's fine, but in a public forum, I just think it's very unprofessional. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And just for the record, a lot of those conversation was behind doors.
We don't know that.
No, that's why I mentioned it to you.
Fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ronnie Spencer?
Thank you, Council. I'm Ronnie Spencer.
Yes, sir.
I live in Normandale subdivision,
Yes,
and
sir.
what I had prepared for you guys tonight.
Oop, don't pay attention to that.
Oops.
Go ahead, sir. Start
What I
over.
had prepared for you guys tonight, so much of this has been discussed that I don't intend to have breakfast with Mr. Toledano. I appreciate the offer. I just soon to go home. But going forward, I think Ryan just touched on this, you know, I really can't see why we can't all come together here and seek. None of us want litigation. Nobody. The residents, none of us want this. But, you know, I've been involved in this since day one, and I got to tell you, I've never been involved in any of it, and I hope I never am again. But the people and the residents feel like, Marty, that our voice has been left out. You've called us hysterical, you've charade, et cetera, et cetera. That's not the answers we're looking from you, Marty. And I believe you're a better, much stronger leader than that. We don't like being accused of, we just here trying to protect our greatest asset, our homes. That's probably the biggest thing any of you people, and I know for me, will I'll ever make. So I just simply say that going forward, we'll just ask that we be involved some way, somehow. You hear our voice, and let's all come to some kind of resolution here that we all can live with. I don't know what the next step is here, but we simply ask that consider our voices. We're the ones that live with y'all's decisions, whether good, bad, or indifferent. I heard Mr. Binder talking about his qualifications with his company. Well, I too have worked for big corporations, much like you have. And I tell you, I don't think any of your business or my business, either one, would have gone about this in the way that this has been done. Let's pass it now. I don't think you did this in your business. I know we didn't do it in mine. We were very successful. Let's pass it now and worry about it later. It's not the right approach. Let's do it right the first time. Get it right the first time, move on, and go to the next project, whatever is best for this parish. So with that, I hope that you'll consider our input as you go forward, and we appreciate your time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Spencer, and I think that was very well said, quite honestly. And I know this council does take a lot of that into consideration, and it should. But as the council should, the administration, and the people in the area. You can't just throw up and say, I don't want it. Or we shouldn't say, you have to have it. It should be everyone together. And as someone said a few minutes ago, we have engineers, we have a lot of people that can work on these things and make sure that they work. And that's what we need to do, and I agree 100% with you. But I thank you very much. Allen, Mr. Allen?
Good evening, Chairman Lorino. I'm Matthew Allen, 13058 Major Lane.
Why do they have a different name on this? I would have called, I know you.
Yeah.
It says Alan Triffany or something like that. Did you write the wrong name? That's all right, you come on up there.
No, I'm up there. Okay, I'll get mine.
You go right ahead, Matthew.
With all that's going on, my notes are a mess tonight.
Okay.
So, a little while ago, you were kind of fussing at us about, we did drainage, we did the flooding study and everything else. And I have to take a little exception to that. Drainage and flooding are two different things. And it's an obfuscation that's been made and used by proponents for development for the 12 years I've been coming up here before y'all. And considering that most of where this road is is not within the flood A zone from the 1989, mind you, FEMA FIR map. I have a real hard time believing that an actual flood study was done here, when you've never done a flood study for an actual subdivision in a flood zone on the 1989 maps. So with that said, 2010, this area does flood. We saw that. May, the whole area flooded. And this road cuts across, like most roads, between two different basins. Highway 1085 between Thrope and Tallow Creek and Timber Branch. This would be between Timber Branch and the top of Flowers Bayou. The Army Corps of Engineers says this is going to be 1.5 to 2.5 feet above natural ground. That's a dam that you're building there. And when it floods, it flows south. When that Timber Branch fills up, it flows south over that divide toward the interstate, where it then gets directed towards Flowers Bayou. And by building a dam, you can be redirecting this to subdivisions that y'all built without consideration in the past of the flooding issues here. Do you really want to put more water into ponds that weren't designed for more water? Because you didn't take these things into account. And just to bring up a few of your own regulations, 2015, St. Tammany Parish Ordinance 115-28B. These are flood losses created by the cumulative effect of obstructions. This road will be an obstruction and create a dam, like I just said. Now, what is that downstream? Normandy Oaks? Put more water into their retention ponds they're designed for, possibly. I'm sure that hadn't been studied. 115-29, the purpose of our flood hazard area. Promote general safety and welfare and minimize public and private losses. Add more water where it hadn't been before? I don't know. Has it been studied? I really don't believe it because y'all haven't studied it in the past. 115-30, methods. The methods for reducing flood loss. Restricts or prohibit uses that cause excessive increases in flood height or velocities and controls the alteration of the normal floodplain and stream channels.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Nancy?
First, I want to thank Miss Emma Green for staying up so late, and to thank all of you for staying up so late, and everyone who has sat through this, especially those people from Madisonville who've already left. But, we didn't know we were coming to spend the evening, and I really hope that you all will take to heart what Parish President Cooper was saying about doing the regional study, taking advantage of that, looking at 1077 first. We need holistic development. You need to look at the area. When you're asking about are there going to be new cars or old or the same number of cars, you build a new road, an area that's been open to commercial development, you are going to be adding cars. That just, you talk about economic development, you're going to add more traffic. So really urge you to take a step back, and as I believe it was Mr. Spencer said, let's do it right from the beginning. Just because I've got $9 million, I've got to spend it. No, you don't. You want to do it right. If you're going to eventually end up having to put a roundabout at 1077 or 3 roundabouts, don't spend the money for a T-stop first. Don't make those problems worse when people can go up and down east-west on 1085. That's just common sense to me. And that new engineering company, Empirical, that was mentioned for multi-million dollars and the numbers of jobs, it's been under construction for some time. And, they're engineers. Well, guess what they did? They changed the layout of their building and they poured the concrete so that they can use their entrance on Auctioner Boulevard. They don't need to have that connector road built so they can have where their original entrance was. They planned ahead. And I would just urge this council and the administration and all of us residents to work together and plan ahead. Thank you, and I get to eat before you guys.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Mr. Dorsky, Mr. Dwight?
Yeah, I don't know that I've really got much more to say. You all have heard everything debated extensively about the wisdom of allocating this money. I guess the only thing I've got to do is say again, as Ms. Couvillon mentioned, I question the third paragraph of the resolution. You've heard me talk about that already. I'm going to sit down.
Okay, so thank you for your time. Okay, we have, I don't see, Mr. Taladano, sorry.
Don't anybody,
I'm sorry, Rick, go ahead.
I'm
You got
not a
1
real
minute.
sensitive
1
guy,
minute. 1 minute.
although my feelings are deeply hurt based upon those groans. First thing I want to say to reiterate what was said a moment ago, there has been extensive discussions before these public meetings to try to reach a resolve on that. So for those of you who would not have thought that, please understand that that has been the case. But here's what I'd want to say. There's certain things that make this job worthwhile. There's certain times you say to yourself, why am I doing this? And this is a moment where I say, I know why I'm doing it. I know why this job is worthwhile. And it's probably the greatest thing that I could do to public service when I see a young lady like Miss Emma Green, who apparently is 12 years old, but she's probably more mature than half of us up here, comes up, makes a very articulate presentation, and I say that as a compliment to you, Emma. She makes this job worthwhile. She makes her arguments in a very organized fashion. I'm so proud of her. Her dad should be proud of her. And when she graduates from law school, I'll hire you on the spot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Taladano. We had a motion and a second. Seeing no one else, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Thank you. We'll go to ordinances for adoption. Ordinance calendar number 63, number 12.
It's already been done.
Okay. That's the last one?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, resolution CS number 6366, resolution to vacate in part 6-month moratorium on the issuance of building a conditional use permit for construction or placement building, structure or property within a portion of unincorporated town of Alton subdivision, specifically 62125 North 16th Street, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith.
Yes, sir, I'd like to postpone that.
Okay, motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Bender. Please vote.
Mr. Fitzgerald. The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
We passed it.
Yeah.
No? Which one
It's
was
under
that?
appointments, and you said you would come to it when you got
Oh,
to the
okay,
resolution,
okay.
but you didn't pull it.
Okay, now, what is it, number
It's
7?
number 6.
Number 6, let me see yours. Okay. Thank you, Bev. All right, we're going to go to one more resolution, Resolution CS number C-6359, resolution to establish St. Tammany Parish Comprehensive Steering Committee. Michael, you want to just say a couple of things on that one? We'll move it through. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna sit on this one.
Yes, sir.
It's gonna be real quick. As you know, we have a steering committee for the comprehensive plan update. It will be made up of 7 appointed by the parish president and 14 members appointed by the parish council, 1 from each council district. You all have put a resolution to establish the committee. I have submitted my names to the council clerk.
Yes.
And I don't know if you're going to name the names tonight, or just you're establishing the committee so that you can
Yes, sir.
put the
Well,
names in
I think
together.
I think what we'll do, Mike, if you don't mind, we'll just establish it, and then we'll read it into the record in December.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
I submitted my names,
Yes, sir.
and
I
I
sent
support
my-
this
I sent mine
resolution.
in. Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Is there a motion and a second? Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, second by Ms. Casabon, and please vote. Thank you, dear. Oh, yeah, I don't need any more paper. Yours are pretty.
He's gone. The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Thank you. Everyone, please, if you haven't sent in your name to Katrina, please do, so we can have that announcement at the next meeting. Thank you. Ordinance calendar, we'll go to ordinances for adoption. Number 1, ordinance calendar number 6307. AA, ordinance to amend the parish code relative to purchasing procedures. Mr. Stefanski.
The section number that is cited in here shows 2-274, and it's section number 2-247. So I wanted to get that straightened up.
It needs to be 247, Steve?
Yes.
Okay,
274.
No, 274.
okay,
Yep.
okay.
And then I move for adoption. That's a housekeeping.
Okay.
That was a
Okay.
housekeeping
So we
thing,
have a
so-
motion by Mr. Stefanski, second by Mr. Airy. All in favor? Mr. Cooper, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This is the amendment to the purchasing procedures that Mr. Stefanski introduced early this year.
Yes, sir.
This is an amendment. The other one was withdrawn, and this is an amendment. We've met several times, particularly the CAO, yourself, and other council members, to discuss this with hopes of coming to an agreement that this ordinance, as proposed, while not streamlining the purchasing and the purchasing process, is more or less going to expand the time taken for procurement and purchasing. And we've asked that, and we have expressed our opposition to the ordinance as written. And we had hoped to have come to some conclusions and agreement with regard to this ordinance, that it will not be effective for administration.
Gotcha. Mr. Stefanski?
Yes, I just want to straighten up what you said, Mr. President. I brought this to you in January. I'd started on it in last October, and I brought it to you in January, and you said you wanted to think about it. We gave you 3-month postponement. That moved it up to April. In April, I went back again. I realized the pandemic's going on and everything, and you asked for another postponement, which I ended up agreeing to a 6-month postponement, and then the 6 month has come and gone, and we did have one meeting, not a lot of meetings, one meeting that we were going to discuss this until I got in the meeting and found out that the people in the meeting said they couldn't be a spokesman for you, and so I wondered what we were doing here if they can't be a spokesman for you. So I look at it the other way. I'm going to put it on the agenda. They'll either vote it up or vote it down. If you want to make some changes to it, we will get together and be glad to look at that and work with you to come up with anything if we can. So that's where I am tonight, and I would move for adoption. I think I did.
Okay, is there any other questions, anybody else on that issue? Okay, there was a motion and a second. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 2, ordinance calendar number 6486, ordinance to amend the parish code to provide for additional definitions of moratoriums. Mr. Toledano? Motion by Mr. Toledano, second by Mr. Dean. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 3, ordinance calendar number 6487, ordinance to impose a 6-month moratorium on properties within a defined area within St. Tammany Parish, Council District 14. Mr. Smith? Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Bender. Please vote.
Mr. Fitzgerald.
Number 6,
The
ordinance...
motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. Ordinance calendar number 6, ordinance calendar number 6492, ordinance to enact Chapter 24, Section 40 of the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinance, setting forth rules and regulations for St. Tammany Parish Park and Rides Lot. Motion by Ms. O'Brien, second by Ms. Casabon. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Ordinance calendar number 6493, ordinance to declare multiple tax-adjudicated properties on surplus property and to authorize St. Tammany Parish to proceed with the process for advertising and sale of such adjudicated properties. Motion by Mr. Toledano, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
Mr. Toledano.
Thank you.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. Ordinance calendar number 6494, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 15 acres of land from 8C-2 Highway Commercial District to an MD3 Medical Facility District, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Dean? Motion by Mr. Dean, second by Mr. Toledano. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Ordinance calendar number 6495, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 1.54 acres of land from I-1 Industrial District to an I-2 Industrial District, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith. Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Bender. Please vote.
And the motion is to postpone.
Yeah, Mr. Smith got it.
Mr. Toledano.
Wake up, record.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 10, ordinance calendar number 6496, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 1.58 acres of land from I-1 Industrial District to an I-2 Industrial District, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith? Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Stefanczyk. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 11, ordinance calendar number 6497, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify .46 acres of land from I-1 Industrial District to HC-2 Highway Commercial District, Ward 9, District 11. Mr. Stefanczyk? Motion by Mr. Stefanczyk, second by Mr. Airy. Please vote.
Mr. Toledano. The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 12, ordinance calendar number 6498, an ordinance to amending the official zoning map to reclassify .90 acres of land from MD-3 Medical Facility District to NC-5 Retail and Service District, Ward 4, District 5. Mr. Toledano. Motion by Mr. Toledano, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
I made the motion, I'm sorry.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 13, ordinance calendar number 6499, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 2.69 acres of land from I-1 Industrial District to an I-2 Industrial District, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith. Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Bender. Please vote. Thank you for using the computer, TJ. I really appreciate that. It makes it a lot easier. I tried to do that, many years ago. But
The motion is unanimous with one
you
absent.
got it. You got it, TJ. All right. All right, where am I? Yeah.
Number 14.
Goofing off again, number 14. Ordinance calendar number 6500, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 1.53 acres of land from I-1 Industrial District to an I-2 Industrial District, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith.
Move to
Motion by
postpone.
Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Davis. I got it. You're not going to get past me, buddy. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 15, ordinance calendar number 6501, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify .49 acres of land from A-4 single-family residential to an A-5 two-family residential, Ward 8, District 14. Mr. Smith.
Move to adopt.
Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Ms. Casabon. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 16, ordinance calendar number 6502, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 1.86 acres of land from A-1 suburban district and RO rural overlay to an HC-2 highway commercial district and RO rural overlay, Ward 2, District 3. Ms. Casabon. Motion, Ms. Casabon, second by Mr. Fitzgerald. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
17, ordinance calendar number 6503, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 1.66 acres of land from its present HC-2 highway commercial district to an I-1 industrial district, Ward 2, District 2. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, second by Ms. Casabon. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 18, ordinance calendar number 6504, ordinance to authorize the parish president to accept an act of dedication and donation for a portion of Versailles Business Park for use as public street, Ward 3, District 5. Mr. Toledano. Motion by Mr. Toledano, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with
19,
two absent.
19, ordinance calendar number 6505, ordinance authorizing parish president to acquire property for drainage improvements, Ward 4, District 10. Ms. O'Brien.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. O'Brien, second by Mr. Bender. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with two absent.
20, ordinance calendar number 6506, ordinance authorizing the parish president to acquire property for the Courtney Court Drainage Improvement Project, Ward 4, District 4. Motion by Mr. Toledano, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with two absent.
Ordinance calendar number 6507, ordinance authorizing the parish president to property for the Mandeville Bypass Road Project, Ward 4, District 7. Mr. Davis. Motion by Mr. Davis, second by Mr. Mike Smith. Please vote.
Mr. Lorino, I didn't get your vote.
I'm fine.
The motion is unanimous with two absent.
22, ordinance calendar number 6508, ordinance authorizing parish president to property for the Camp Salmon Trades Connector Project, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith?
Move to adopt.
Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Mike Smith. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 23, ordinance calendar number 6509, ordinance to amend the 2020 operating budget, amendment number 13. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, second by Mr. Toledano. Please vote.
Mr. Fitzgerald. The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
24, ordinance calendar number 6510, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, second by Ms. Casabon. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
25, ordinance calendar number 6511, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 32. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, second by Ms. Tanner. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
27, ordinance calendar number 6513, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 14. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, second by Mr. Jake Airy. Please vote.
Mr. Bender. The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
28, ordinance calendar number 6514, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 35. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, second by Mr. T.J. Smith. Please vote.
He's not in here.
Oh, I'm sorry, T.J.'s out. I'll go to Jerry. Thank you, Jerry. Excuse me.
Mr. Airy. The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 29, ordinance calendar number 6515, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 36. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
30, ordinance calendar number 6516, ordinance to amend the 2020 grants budget, amendment number 9. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, second by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
On the calendar number 6517, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets, number 37. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, second by Mr. Dean. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Number 32, ordinance calendar number 6518, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 38. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, second by Ms. O'Brien.
Okay. If it's okay, I'd like to have Mary Burkell come up.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Ben. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Oh, that was the.
That's, that, I was trying to tell you.
Okay. What's that?
Okay, so this is the
Yeah.
Safe Haven Training and Education Center. So we would be funding the building itself. I just want on the record that there will be no ask for parish government for any type of operations. This will be self-sustained. Parish government will not be a part of any funding beyond building the building.
Yes, that is the plan.
Okay, we got it. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. O'Brien, you make that motion?
Yeah, well, it's Mr. Davis's district. I didn't
Ms.
know if he
O'Brien,
wanted
Mr.
to.
Davis, Mr. Jimmy Davis.
Yes, I'll give the chance for Mr. Dean to talk first, please.
Okay. Mr. Dean, you want to go first?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Davis. And I want to thank Mary for being here this late. Shows a lot of dedication. We had multiple meetings. As you know, I had a lot of questions, as did several of the other council members, about the whole area, the whole direction and all that of Safe Haven. I'm feeling much better about this particular area, this particular training, and NAMI's input. And we had, I don't know how many meetings I've had. I met with I keep calling you Mayor Cooper because you were Mayor Cooper. And with President Cooper, I met with Kelly Roballet from the previous administration. I met with Nick Richard with NAMI, and I met with Mary. So I'm feeling better about it. I think we should be okay with this. I do want to, and I've expressed to Mary that I want to be way ahead of time. Anytime anything else is coming up, I want to see it and talk about it and communicate. As I understand, you're going to create a finance committee. I've asked to be on that committee. I can't be on the main one because I don't have time to, work and do that too, but I would like to do that. So anyway, I'd like to, I don't know, Jimmy, if you want to make the motion, or actually the motion's already been made, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'd like to make a
Okay.
motion to adopt.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Jimmy. You want to talk about it also? Or
Yes, I do, actually. I want to say, Mary, thank you very much for the communication. I think it helped all of the council up here to understand exactly what was going on. And I agree with Ms. O'Brien and, of course, Mr. Martin Dean about keeping us informed about this stuff, because that's really the only way we can make a good decision. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jimmy. Motion by Mr. Davis, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 33, ordinance calendar number 6519, ordinance to amend the parish code of ordinances for reorganization of the parish departments. Motion by Mr. Stefanczyk, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 34, ordinance calendar number 6520, an ordinance to temporarily suspend certain provisions of the ordinance number 12-2663 regarding the use of Major Lane, Ward 3, District 3. Ms. Casabon, we have some cards for some constituents that want to come up. Would you like me to handle them first, ma'am?
You sure can.
All righty. Mr. David Caldwell?
Can I defer to Mr. Sam Fauntleroy, please?
I can't.
They just wanted to, was there any opposition?
He's got a card for him also.
Who else?
Ordinance for,
Just those two?
they all for it. They all for
They
it.
all?
Do y'all want to speak on it, or?
I only need to speak if there's opposition.
Okay.
I was told that there would be. Is there people?
Yeah, just come on up and say what you got. I mean, I have the cards.
I think there is is he?
I just didn't want to
He's
prolong
for
the
it?
meeting.
No, you just take your time, son.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm here now. Taladano's buying me breakfast.
Yeah, he's buying everybody breakfast. My name is Sam Fauntleroy. I'm a resident of Lake Ramsey, north of Covington. And I've heard 3 or 4 different references tonight to the May flood. Well, the May flood came through that area also. We have an entrance road, our singular entrance in and out of the subdivision. It's a weir mandated by the Corps, all sorts of other strings attached to it, and it overtopped with water. Washed 2 holes, one in each of the inbound and outbound lanes, about 6 feet in diameter, undermined the culverts in some areas, left us without a way to get in and out of the subdivision. We had about 18 inches of water over that road, which means that it rose about 14 feet to top that roadway. So we were left with an option of not being able to get out of the subdivision or to go out the back emergency entrance, and we did that. Shortly thereafter, we were able to fill the holes with crushed stone, but we were not able to bring anything across that roadway with the exception of just residential vehicles. We couldn't bring the garbage trucks, the concrete trucks, the trucks carrying shingles and everything else that you can think of. Well, that certainly seemed like an emergency to us, and there's an ordinance that you probably have a copy of there, you should have, that says that we can't use it unless it's an emergency. Well, we thought it was. Evidently, the people on the other side of the gate didn't think it was. So that turned into a dispute, and the dispute escalated finally while we were in the process of trying to get the road strategically repaired so that we could bring heavier vehicles in. We ended up covering the opening on one of the roads with 8 half-inch 4x8 steel plates welded into position and kept bringing trucks in and out as much as we could. September the 10th, we were told by a deputy at the back gate that we had to stop, cease and desist, can't use it for anything anymore, so we started bringing all those vehicles in the front gate. We stopped on September the 10th. There are 3 of us that have keys to the gate, and it hasn't been open since then. So everybody felt that we needed to be able to use it, but we needed to be able to use it only in some sort of an emergency. So that's where it stands right now. And the ordinance that you have before you tonight will simply let us use that on an emergency basis only for the trucks that are needed as we do this construction. We are in the process of finishing up a millage, an assessment that'll raise $300,000 to do the repair work to that entire area. And we have no other choice but to do this the way we're doing it. We don't anticipate in closing that road because the construction methodology that we're using should enable us to do the repairs without having to close the road. We don't know if that's going to work or not. Nobody knows. It's construction. But the only time that we would use it would be to bring in any heavy trucks that we need to be able to do maintenance in the subdivision. People build houses, you know, we're a growing subdivision. There's 406 lots in there. So that's what this is all about. It's just to simply give us permission to use that roadway for those type trucks in an emergency. There could be some opportunities when we have temporary closures up there that the cars would want to go through the back also, but it's not something, I mean, nobody wants to use the back because it's out of the way for us. You know, it's a long way to get to Covington. It's a longer way to get to Folsom even out of there. So we don't want to use that, but sometimes we have no choice. And of course, if there's an opportunity for an emergency vehicle to have to come through there, then they're going to have to do that also.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. David Caldwell, is David here?
I had deferred to Mr. Bonsor.
Okay, so thank you. Mr. Torres? I think it's Glenn, I'm not sure.
Glenn Torres, 13184 Major Lane.
Yes, sir.
And what the gentleman was speaking about is there's a sign that says, do not enter, it's emergency exit only. There's another way around. He's got another way around. But I don't need no big trucks coming through there. I got horses going across the street, cows going across the street, and I got family. Just like y'all talked in the beginning about audience. Y'all make an audience to satisfy, to keep people happy, to keep your family here, to keep your children here. Well, this ordinance should not be broken. Also, it's in litigation. So I do not need to say any more. So, and he knows that, and as far as not using the gate, September, he said, I got video, I don't have it, but my neighbor has it. Cement truck and dump trucks They built a house right next door to me. They poured the slab and they dumped the dirt there. And we have him or someone with his homeowners association opening the gate for the cement truck and the thing, which violated, broke the law. It's in my business, when I had a towing business, if I went past do not emergency exit and the state trooper caught me, I lost my license and everything by entering that gate that says emergency only. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it, sir. Mr. Tassin, Kenneth Tassin? Tony Saragusa? Tony?
Thank you, Council. Tony Saragusa, 13071 Major Lane.
Thank you.
I think, isn't there another access on the north side of the lake? We used to ride our horses on there. That access leads right to the area where they're doing the construction, if I'm thinking correctly.
What's happened is that that construction road, he referred to a lawsuit. The developer of the second phase of this has let that road, that construction, that was a construction road, not passable by regular cars or an ambulance or fire truck or something like that. And because there has not been, the development stopped for a while, and that I have checked into that, it is not passable now by regular cars. And that was for the second phase, not for the regular part of this. I talked to a gentleman today that lives on Major Lane, and this is what's happened, is the fact that I consider this a health and safety issue. I was on the original planning when we approved that second phase, and we made them put in a construction road and all that. Since then, Lake Ramsey is in litigation with that developer. And, you know, that's in the process. But in the meantime, that back gate and a portion of that turnaround belongs to the homeowners association that is part of the subdivision. Major Lane begins with the Parish Road. We go up a little bit. We have since, but my point is that is a parish road. Major Lane's not a private road, it's a parish road. And I want to ensure that they have some way to be able to exit and until they get this. The word temporary, that's what the gentleman had problems with, but they are in a process in order, you know, like he said, they're getting money. They don't want to use that road, but we wanted to set it up after the sheriff was called and it was a big scene, and I didn't want to see, you know, that kind of happening again, that we temporarily removed the emergency part of it. We had specified in the ordinance, it was like, it had to be a natural disaster, and they said it didn't fit. And to me, this was caused by a natural disaster, and I'm doing this temporarily. It will be put back on, but it's being temporarily put on, or suspended, I should say, in order for these people to have an emergency exit without the sheriff's department being called and, you know, cease and assist on this. And it also helps us as the parish to be in compliance also. So that's why I'm doing it. But they don't have another exit. That is just a construction road that is in disrepair. You maybe, if you had a four-wheeler, you could get in and out of it, but not an ambulance or fire truck stuff, so.
Well, not too long ago, I went back there.
Just 3 minutes, 3 minutes is well going on this one.
I talked.
She took all my minutes.
You can,
But
it's
what
back
I'm saying
there,
is,
but, yeah.
they did this before, and they said it was, like you said, for just emergency exits only. But when that gate was open, it was like a floodgate. And they said, these people want to go to Covington, but they was going some other way. I don't know, a short way to 1077 or whatever. So, but they were blazing up and down the streets, and as far as the cement trucks, they drive like maniacs. And like I said, we got a lot of kids, animals, and everything.
Okay, so we've had our 3 minutes
I had 30 seconds.
You got 30
It's okay.
seconds. Oh, she turned it on after it was 5 minutes. But anyway, go ahead.
So, yeah, I mean, the way I see it, they want to be so private, Lake Ramsey wants to be so private, well, let them stay private. I heard that the road was repaired.
No, they have just got one section, like he said, he put these plates, they put something, they have one side, and they have these 7 metal plates. I've checked it out, I've been working on this, and this was what I felt that we could come up with when we're talking about health and safety.
Okay.
Also on health and safety on your road, if you have those people coming in and
Thank you.
speeding, we'll call.
Thank you, sir.
the sheriff's.
Miss Kelly? Jerry Grusa? Kelly? Yes, sir.
Thank y'all for letting us talk tonight.
Yes, sir. Sorry you had to stay here this long.
Midnight, sorry.
Yeah, so am I, really.
Sorry.
As they were both saying, I understand both sides. I live on Green Valley Road,
All right, just go ahead and talk to us. Go ahead.
76169 Green Valley Road. The last time they opened it up, they weren't supposed to, okay? And again, as Tony said, they driving these trucks up and down, 40, 50 miles an hour down the road. These are dirt trucks tearing up our roads. Our roads weren't cracked before they started all this stuff, and now the roads are cracked and they need repair, number one, again, unless you can do
Yes, sir,
something about that.
they were cracked, and they are on your parish list for the 5-year plan. I think it's in
Well, if y'all-
2022. I have it down that we will resurface them, but they've been cracked a long time.
Not as bad as they are now.
I live right next door. I mean, and I travel that road, I know it. But the point is, this is a temporary thing for emergency. If you have
Well, okay,
police, I mean, if you think they're speeding and stuff, yes, I'll call me, you got my number, I'll send the police down there to check it and stuff. But, this is, like I said, this to me is a health and safety issue temporarily. And it is for y'all too. If they are speeding and they're doing whatever, I will send, sheriff's deputy in, to watch it. But I live about a mile from this, and I do ride back there and I check it, and I'm very concerned about it.
There's
and I
more than one
understand.
road into Lake Ramsey too.
But
You
we
can go
just-
south to 190.
Are you talking about the construction road? There's only, it was a construction road that is not passable now, that the.
Well, what about the
previous-
regular road? They're gonna drive down our regular road.
What
construction road are you talking about?
They're inside the subdivision, or right outside the subdivision, there's a construction road to get to that back part.
Okay, what about Lake Ramsey Road itself?
That
coming
you can
from
go down.
Highway
This is an
25?
entrance into their subdivision.
Okay, so it's okay to mess our road up, but
No,
they
no,
can,
no.
they don't wanna mess
It
their road
washed
up.
out in the May flood. In the May flood,
Okay,
that road was taken out. The weir and the dam collapsed. They had to come in and fix just one side temporarily.
okay.
And that's why we're doing this. We're removing the emergency thing so they can get the funding, and that's what they're working on. And they said not to put, the legal drew this up and said not to put a timeline on it, because they're securing funds to fix the entrance. So it's not gonna be a permanent thing, and that's what it said.
What is
It's
not
just-
permanent?
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Your minds are made up.
Thank you.
Yes.
Kimberly? Ms. Kimberly? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Allen?
Oh, he looks.
We didn't have your other card. You've been here long enough. You know you got to fill out the cards properly. You put them both on this, on the same one. But anyway, go ahead.
I did?
Yes, you did. But anyway, go ahead. Your 3 minutes is going.
All right, thank you, and really, I don't have that much of a problem with it, it's the wording of it that I have a problem with. Ms. Caldebon was talking about an emergency, health and safety, but I'm looking at it right here, just temporarily suspend only insofar as to allow construction vehicles which are conducting work pursuant to a permit granted by the parish government. So I don't know why you're saying about health and safety. You were implying that everybody's going to be using it
No,
coming out of there.
No, I'm implying that in the case of an emergency, they will have a way out if what they've got there now gives way.
So my question is, what's going to keep people from coming out there? Because it is a shortcut to 1077 if they
I
go that way.
think they said that there's only 3 people that have access to that, to open that gate.
Yes.
There's only 3 people.
So is it going to
So-
stay open all day? Because
No,
if it's
no,
open
no.
all day, then people are going to be
No.
coming down there.
No, it's not staying open. They're only opening it in the case of emergency. It's not going to be.
Oh, wait, you're saying in case of emergency, but saying for construction trucks here, that's not
Well-
really an emergency.
If they are fixing the front
Yeah.
and they have to get trucks in that cannot go over
Right,
that.
yes, ma'am, I understand
That's what
that.
we're talking about, fixing it.
But are they going to be, who's going to be closing the gate when the trucks are not using it?
Somebody in the homeowners
I
association.
mean, are you come down and do it for them?
Mr. St. Fauntleroy, yes. Come explain it to him.
No, they can't come up.
Oh,
No,
they
no, no,
can't
no,
come up.
no, no.
Well, okay. The answer, well, you can talk to him later.
Also, I'd like to request, I don't like the wording of it, I think it leaves it open for abuse. And also, maybe there should be a little moratorium on giving more permits out, so we do limit the amount of trucks coming down our road and causing damage. Okay, so I would like to put that in. I really don't agree with the wording of this. I think it leaves it open for abuses.
I'll refer that to council.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Okay, that's the last one that I see. Ms. Casabon, do you have a motion?
I have a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, second by Mr. Jimmy Davis.
Question first
Oh,
to
you
Ms.
got a question?
Casabon.
Sure.
This emergency road that you're talking about, is
I
this,
was going to ask that question also, yeah.
yeah, is this built as parish specs?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Okay, we had a motion and a second. Please vote. Jimmy, it's kind of late to be doing all of that. I know exactly what you're doing.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Thank you. We got number 35, ordinance calendar number 6521, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 1.38 acres of land from A-2 suburban district, MHO manufactured housing overlay, and RO rural overlay to A-3 suburban district, MHO manufactured housing, and RO rural overlay, Ward 6, District 6. Ms. Tanner, and we have someone on the phone. Ms. Janet?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, ma'am.
My name is Janet Fisher.
Yes,
I'm at 6342 Blueberry Loop.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
lot right next door. And I'm just want to go on record voicing my disapproval of the commercial property that was approved by the council. I know it's not going to do any good, but I just wanted to make my statement known. I also think it's awful that y'all had all of these things on this agenda so people that work couldn't be there. And I specifically am ashamed of the council for the way they talked to the parish president, Mike Cooper, because that should not have been done on public television. And I thank you very much, and I hope my neighbors are still up and that they can talk to you too, but I know they both work.
Thank you for the comments, well taken. Ms. Tanner? Motion by Ms. Tanner to approve, is a second by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Thank you. Number 36, ordinance calendar number 6522, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 1.83 acres of land from A-1 suburban district to an A-2 suburban district, Ward 1, District 3. Ms. Casabon? Nope. Motion by Ms. Casabon to approve, second by Mr. Fitzgerald. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Okay. How do we do that? Okay. Okay, what I'd like to do is, we need a motion and a unanimous vote to open up the floor for an off-the-floor item. Motion by Mr. Davis, second by Mr. Jake Airy. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Okay. All righty. Number 1, lawsuit entitled Allstate Financial Company versus the Parish of St. Tammany and Ross P. Liner in the official capacity as Director of Planning and Development for the Parish 22nd Judicial Court, number 2020-14668, Division C, and a resolution to retain special counsel to respond to the matter. We need to go into executive session and discuss this, so I'm going to ask anyone in the audience to please leave. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'll do that in a minute. I just want to get them moving out. Okay, I need a motion to go into executive session. Motion by Mr. Jimmy Davis, second by Mr. Mike Smith. Thank you.
You have to vote.
Okay,
You have to vote. You have to vote. Yes.
no, this should be cut
Please
down.
vote.
I'm assuming, Rick, I'm assuming this would be cut off the TV?
Mr. Toledano. Please vote.
Very good, Ms. Tanner. Thank
Mr.
you.
Davis.
Thank you.
Please vote.
You got me?
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
You need me to?
Hold on to that for later.
Okay, whatever we want to do, that's the motion we need to make. Okay. Yes, sir. I'm sorry? I can't advise who?
I moved to reopen the meeting.
The what, babe?
I moved to reopen.
Okay.
To come out of it.
All right, we ready? We okay?
I need a second to come out of it.
Okay, I got you. All right. No, you can stay. All right, I'm waiting to get back on TV. All right, we okay? All right, we have a motion by Ms. O'Brien, second by Mr. Davis to come out of executive session. Okay, that's what I need. Okay, I need a vote to come out of executive session. All right, good. A vote, right, a vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Okay, and then I need a motion to postpone until the special meeting on Monday night. Motion by Steve, second by Jimmy Davis. Please vote.
Mr. Airy? The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
And then Ms. O'Brien makes a motion to adjourn, and so does Toledano second. Longest meeting in 5 years.
I gotta be back here at 8.